Okay, this is where you'd be hearing some, warm-up music, but yeah, I gotta make sure everything's good here. So, all right, there you go. There's your warm-up music. Welcome everybody to the Space and NASA press conference review. Yep. Uh, so I've been having a little bit of technical difficulties. I missed the SXM. I missed the SXM9 launch that just went, but because my camera's not working. Don't worry, it's not the camera, it's the motherboard. The USB 3.0 hub is causing all kinds of problems. It's probably because it's 13 years old. Probably has something to do with it. So I didn't have much time to configure this camera to work correctly. It is a camera that I've lifted from the shop. Maybe we could turn down the brightness a little bit. No, turn down the gamma a little bit. Turn up contrast a little bit. I don't know. It's just see if we can just. It looks so bad. It looks so bad. It's so bad. Here, also, EJ, I can say why Gateway is needed. You spoke about it in the last stream. Oh, I know why it's needed, Yuri. I just don't like its design at this point. It would have been great if you launched it 5 years ago. It would have been a great design. The whole point of Gateway was that it was something that was commercial, off the shelf, easy to make. The Halo module is derived from an ISS module. It should have been easy to manufacture. The power and propulsion element is a SAT bus. It's a regular satellite bus. It wouldn't have required a lot of modifications. That was the whole idea. Oops. Give me 1 second. All right. I'm talking to Don Pettit's kid on Twitter. No joke. Don Pettit is one of the astronauts that's up. It's up at the ISS. His son posts on Twitter. I like him. He's cool. He's a cool dude. Let's see if I can just dial this in just a little bit more. It's gonna bother me if I don't. It's good enough. Whatever. So here, check this out. Look. So what he's saying is to spread spaceflight inspiration and American STEM appreciation, I formally propose to at last make the Apollo 11 lunar landing a national holiday. America should take pride in its accomplishments and not only set the example for aerospace's culture, but the frontiersman philosophy of exploration that built our nation and will guide us to the stars. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, absolutely agree. Yeah, very much agree. July 20th. That should be a holiday. It should have been like that from the start. Here, hold on. Let me just try to. Is that better? Oh, it's so bad. This camera sucks. Oh God, it's gonna bother me so much. So yeah, I think it might be high time to retire the streaming rig. Not the stream, the streaming rig. It's 13 years old. I think it's time. Blue gets a day off for the first NS crew launch. No way, Sears. I like that. That's cool. It's orange. Yeah, dude, it's so bad. Oh my God. The settings were fine before you changed them. Oh. All right, hold on. Let me go again. Let's see if we can just that contrast just a bit. Increase the gamma just a little bit. Yeah. Oh, George. This is fine. We'll just go with this from now on. Ghosts. Ghosts. Theory question mark. Ah. $13 Sandy Bridge. I don't. It's a EVGA X58 SL3 motherboard. It's old. I can't believe that and the Core i7 970 that's in there are still functioning. Because I beat the snot out of those things. We beat the crap out of that damn processor. All right, that's good enough. Good enough. Can you burn a Weggy board? Yeah, Core i7 970, Sandy. I know. I have, dude, we have that thing punched out. Look at this. No, that Core, I don't actually know. Is the Core i7 970, did we overclock that? I don't remember. I know we punched out the processor, the 8700K on my main computer. It's punched out to 4.4 gigs. Like we overclocked the snot out of it and it still works. Dude, I'm we're a little difficult on the equipment here. But Trey, you got into college yesterday and you just finished your first 3D printed Starship. Cheers. And you know what the crazy thing is? The processor is still fine. Most of that motherboard is still good. It's the USB ports on the back. They're shorting it out. What Carlos said to Hamilton, nothing is better than driving for Ferrari. I'm over here thinking winning the World Driving Championship would be slightly better. Question? I mean, dude, the thing's a tank, and that's why I'm like super hesitant to retire this computer. I might just go find another X58 SL3 motherboard and just find another one. It can't be that expensive. Just put it in there. Dude, yeah, it's knucking futz, dude. Do I need to resolder those USB ports? I should be able to do that, dude. I got a shop, man. We'll figure it out. If it has to be that way. I wouldn't take apart Spaceflight. I wouldn't take apart the computer unless I had another streaming rig to take its place. You know? What'd you say? Yeah, but also it's mostly a political lever to pull something fast to the moon, so Artemis couldn't be canceled, like giving a name to your telescope. Well, Yuri, actually, dudes, the ideas that I had in the stream about the Skylab derived gateway instead of whatever the heck they're trying to do with gateway right now, or the EUS Skylab derived gateway. Like, see this? This has enough delta V to get to rectilinear halo. Easily get to rectilinear halo. And Orion's SPS could capture. If you worked on mitigating boil off here, the EUS could do your capture burn. And then you take your hydrogen tank, vent it down, right? Vent it down. Inside of it here, you carry nitrox tanks for the environmental control systems. And then you wet workshop this thing. And you passivate the stage in rectilinear halo orbit. And then you have a module out here, right? That has solar panels at north and south and docking ports, port and starboard, east and west right here. And then one at the front. You have 3 docking ports. So basically, you convert the EUS into your power and propulsion element. You can use the reaction control systems on here because it's I think this is using Aerozine 50. It already has RCS. You can use that as your RCS, right? Or put another thruster block here and do that, or use Orion to station keep the damn thing. Whatever. Whatever. Point is you have options with this. And that's your gateway, right? So what is Gateway's point? Gateway's point is supposed to be a transfer vehicle. It's supposed to be a prototype transfer vehicle. Boom. There's your prototype transfer vehicle right there that you're actually going to put out at the moon and actually going to use as a test vehicle. Like it is a page right out of the It's a page right out of the Apollo program, I'll admit, but I don't care, dude. This was a good idea, and we should have done it. So what they wanted to do with the Apollo program is send up a Saturn V, right? Have your S4B do your transfer burn to Venus, right? Or Mars. And then you have a docking ring right here in environmental control systems to passivate your hydrogen tank. And then you have a Skylab, right? With an Apollo CSM dock to the front, you have a Skylab that you send on a Venus flyby. So our gateway here in this example, our gateway can be used for Mars and Venus flybys in the 2030s while also sustaining a moon base with that 4-launch-a-year SLS that I'm talking about. I'm talking about actually having architecture that takes you somewhere. That checks the political box, Yuri, and it also checks the actually doing something box. Right? The conference hasn't happened yet, guys. It's in 40 minutes. I think that's such a better idea. And then you have something that's comparable to do transfers like Starship is. Right? Some of my coworkers linked this PDF. It looks like NASA is exploring alternatives to SLS and Orion. They always are doing that, dude. They're always... Give me 1 second. Synergy isn't copying links. There we go. All right, what are you looking at? What are we looking at here? God, this camera's so butthole. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's gotta work. This is gonna suck for Flame Trench tomorrow, but whatever. I clipped this point of your Space News stream as to how SLS could be fixed. Thank you, Alangar. All right. Some of my coworkers linked this PDF to me. Looks like NASA is exploring alternatives. Page 164. What is this bill? This is Senate Report 118-198, Department of Commerce, Justice and Science Related Agencies Appropriations Bill for 2025. The committee recognizes the national importance of America's return to the moon and provides basically $1.9 billion to achieve the contracted HLS Option A, Option B, and sustainable lunar development missions, as well as development of cargo landing services derived from these crew landers to support the development of sustainable exploration of the moon and Mars. You keep saying these words. Link. Oh, I'll link you guys up too. I'll see what I can do, Trey. Hey, Pat. Good to see you. Hello. $163. Committee directs NASA to report on which ways in which technology transfer licensing and IP protections could be improved to bolster collaboration between private and... Okay. Are we talking about... It's this paragraph, right? I just showed up, EJ. Can you please speed me up on the gist of things? There's a press conference about the Artemis program in 40 minutes, Riv. Spasibo, Siren. Хорошо. All right. You're welcome. The committee provides $7.64 billion for exploration, which is $18 million below fiscal year 2024 enacted level and $3 million above the budget request. Should we be worried? I'll have that answer for you in about an hour. The exploration account finds the capabilities required to develop, demonstrate, and deploy the transportation, life support, and surface systems that will enable sustained human presence beyond LEO through the solar system. The committee believes that the nation deserves a safe and robust human spaceflight program to explore beyond low Earth orbit, including the establishment of a sustainable lunar presence and ensuring U.S. leadership in space. Keep saying these words, yet what have we been doing the last 15 years? The committee provides not less than the request level for the Space Launch System, Orion, Exploration Ground Systems. These funding levels ensure the earliest possible crewed launch of SLS, as well as prepare for the development of future science and crewed missions. However, NASA must effectively manage the cost and schedule of the agency's highest priority missions, especially in light of a constrained fiscal environment. The committee is concerned that cost overruns for flagship missions, including those in the Exploration Directorate, are affecting programs across the agency, and that in the long term, NASA must drive down launch costs to ensure the long-term success of the Artemis campaign. There are ways to do that. You guys don't really seem to want to, though. The committee acknowledges the OIG's findings in IG 24001 that the lack of competition for heavy lift services are impeding the ability to drive down exploration launch costs. What? Oh, no. Therefore, not later than 90 days after the enactment of this, NASA shall provide the committee with a report outlining how the agency is planning on reducing launch costs beginning with Artemis 5. The report should include progress on implementing the recommendations in IG 24001 and an analysis of how commercial launch options could be part of the agency's long-term strategy. That's... No. 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 Ow! Anyway. We have a Vulcan Heavy and Falcon Heavy, which lack heavy lift competition. No. 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 Jack. Nope. 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 Also no. Nope. Incorrect. They're not talking about that. They say heavy lift here, Jack, and you're right that those are heavy lift vehicles. They are not talking about that. The context of this is exploration. The context of this is SLS. But to sit here and insinuate that somehow... okay, so, all right, here, let me explain. It says the committee acknowledges the OIG's findings in IG 24001 that the lack of competition for heavy lift services are impeding the ability to drive down exploration launch costs. This implies that a heavy lift launch vehicle like Falcon Heavy, Vulcan Heavy, or New Glenn are going to get you anywhere beyond low Earth orbit without refueling missions or anything else. No. 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 Because exploration launch costs at this point aren't low Earth orbit. It's beyond low Earth orbit. None of these vehicles can move anything useful without refueling missions in one shot. Okay? So the context of this has to be SLS because they're talking about exploration, right? To sit here and insinuate somehow that Falcon Heavy can do that, it might work on a scientific front. Europa Clipper was a good example of this. But it's not, that doesn't make any sense in the context of SLS. Of course SLS doesn't have competition. You know why? There's no commercial market for super heavy launch services. Even now, there's no market for that. There could be in the future. NASA should be the one growing that market by building their own super heavy launch vehicle and launching it. That doesn't make any sense. They're so obsessed about driving down launch costs, and they're trying to look for a commercial option. That's not going to get you anywhere. That will take us backwards, guys. That'll take us backwards. They have to make a market since we are still in the early days of the Starship economy. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Jack. No one, okay. There is no other there's two super heavy launch vehicles right now. SLS and Starship. If you want to make a market for super heavy launch vehicles, you have to put something beyond low Earth orbit, right? Something out by the moon, something out by Mars that the commercial market can scale to, right? Right? SpaceX scaled to fill a service for ISS logistics because the ISS was there. If the ISS wasn't there, SpaceX would have never had that opportunity to grow into the behemoth that they are today. Right? 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 There needs to be something out there that's useful enough to resupply. Okay? You need to put something out there. Gateway was supposed to do that. That's what we're talking about. It's supposed to do that. Right? That we were just talking about this curiously. I mean, you need to have something out there that they can scale to. If you don't do that, there's not going to be any competition for super heavy launch vehicles. EJ looks glowing today. It's a different camera because my motherboard is screwing up. Mock, excuse the terrible quality. The camera broke? I don't understand. Oh, okay. You look amazing. So handsome. Thank you. Without NASA, like, I don't understand how people don't see this. You know, they write off NASA as some decrepit entity that we don't need anymore, when the reality of the situation is that we do. The commercial market is not going to grow unless NASA incentivizes it more. Now, that's not always going to be the case. Maybe in 10, 15 years, we have multiple super heavy launch vehicles. Starship or New Armstrong or something. And then that can grow us into a market where NASA can just procure vehicles. Just like NASA or the government would buy a 747 to move the president around.
Go at throttle up.
Right? We are nowhere near that point with spaceflight. We are nowhere near that point. Not even close. Not even close. The technology needs to be matured. And until it's mature enough to where I can buy a plane ticket into space, right? It's not... You have to have a healthy in-house space program. You can't cite lack of competition for your scientific exploration rocket being a reason why you want to explore alternatives to your exploration rocket. Hey, Alleviate, 58-month resub. Thank you. I'll shut off the autofocus on the camera if I can. Hey, S, what's going on? This is backwards thinking. That's wrong. I can say that with very, very reasonable conviction. No. Don't do that. Are you starting to agree with Berger on the 75% likely SLS canned? No. Nuh-uh. I think the contracts are going to get thrown out, King, in favor of better contracts. I'm pretty sure that that's what his source is saying. It's a gut feeling, but I bet chat 10 subs yesterday. All right? If If I'm right, I will give 10 subs to the stream. If I'm not, chat has to give 10 subs to the stream. I think that... So Eric Berger's sources are clearly right. He clearly has somebody that's high up at NASA that's you know, songbirding whatever to him, right? And he could say that, you know, SLS is 75% going to get canceled, right? Like, of course. You could have said the same exact thing about Orion in 2011. You know, well, Orion contract is getting canceled. Yeah, of course it's getting canceled because they abandoned Orion CEV for Orion MCPV. They renegotiated the contracts. Technically a cancellation, but not actually. I think I'm telling you, and this feeds into what my gut feeling is, what my gut feeling is saying. Rook isn't there to gut NASA. He's not there to gut NASA, and he's not there to hand Elon every single contract that NASA's looking on. That would be catastrophically bad for our space program, and the Senate wouldn't allow that. They really wouldn't. What they would allow is contract renegotiation. Contract renegotiation, because it's clear that they care about funding overlaps here. And they're looking to bring the cost down on these vehicles. How do you do that? A contract renegotiation. Switching SLS, at least the matured components of SLS, to a fixed price system. But a fixed price system for procurement over the next 10 years. I talked about this yesterday. What NASA needs to do right now is put in a block buy for 40 SLS cores. 4 launches starting in 2026 all the way to 2036. And then figure out where you want to go from there in 2036. If you want to switch to Starship at that point, sure. Starship should be mature enough to do it. You are out of sync. All right. Okay. All right, here. How's that? Am I in better sync now? There you go. Screw that camera. Exactly, Halingar. Yep. Put in a block order for new motherboards while you can. Yes. Perfection. EJ becomes a VTuber, the final state of evolution. I really don't hate ripping up the contracts, but it could possibly bankrupt Boeing, wouldn't it? No, King, absolutely not. All right, I'm putting the other camera back on. I don't like that either. Does that one work? Nope, that one doesn't work. All right, so listen. That wouldn't bankrupt Boeing. King, I'm telling you, like, I don't know how many times I need to say this. Boeing is heavily incentivized to waste NASA's money right now. Why? Why are they heavily incentivized to do that? Because can you tell me what Artemis 5 is going to do? Can you tell me what Artemis 4 is going to do? Can you tell me what Artemis 6 is going to do? Can you tell me what Artemis 8 is going to do? No, you can't. You cannot tell me that, right? There's no plan. Don't get me wrong. NASA has an integrated long-term strategy, but what I'm trying to say is that their integrated long-term strategy is too slow. It's too slow. It's fragmented. And okay, like, I'll be real. It sucks. It sucks ass. It's terrible. It's like watching the Bruins play right now. It just sucks. Or the Patriots. They both suck. It's terrible. It's hard. Like, you ever watch your favorite sports team and you know they're just tanking and it's just difficult to watch? I look at NASA's plans for the next 15 years and I'm just like, why didn't you pass the ball to Marshawn Lynch, you dumb snot face? Yeah, I brought it up, Seahawks fans. I'm sorry, but it's a good example. It's like, he's right there. Just pass the ball to him and you win the Super Bowl. Nope, can't do that. Am I right? Got it. NASA equals the Jaguars. You're a Bruins fan? Yeah, of course. From Boston. Of course I'm a Bruins fan. Duh. Woo! Seahawks slander. Yeah, so the long-term strategy doesn't have the funding it needs. How can you, if NASA doesn't even know what they're doing in 5 years, how can you make a long-term strategy? So, King, how do you fix this? How do you fix these companies The reason why Boeing wants cost plus is because NASA has no freaking plan. If you're a commercial company, how are you supposed to make profit off of building a really ridiculously expensive rocket that has no competition, no market, no nothing? How are you going to build that off of a rocket that may never fly? How are you going to do that? How, if you're a commercial company, let's just pretend for a second like Boeing isn't some gigantic freaking corporation, and you're they're just a regular, benevolent, company, right? Just to, I know that's kind of not a thing, right? I mean, it kind of is a thing nowadays, but you get what I'm saying. Like, say they just, they're just like, okay, we just want to make some money off of this, all right? Just put your mind in this scenario. NASA's going to give you this contract. They go, we want to give you this $10 billion contract, right? To develop 4 SLS cores. And you go, all right, cool, sweet. When do you want to launch this? We don't know. Okay. When do you need these cores by? Yeah, we have whenever you're ready. That's what's going on. It allows them to squeeze these cost plus contracts. And now cost plus contracts aren't necessarily bad. It's a subset of cost plus contracts that I have a problem with called IDIQ, indefinite quantity, indefinite delivery. Those contracts are designed to be there for a very short period of time. The reason why is because they're there to basically say, okay, we don't know how this needs to be done. We don't know when it needs to be done. We don't know how long it's going to take, but you need to work as quick as you can to get it done by this point, and you get a huge reward as a bonus, right? That's the whole point of an IDIQ contract. Basically, you have carte blanche to figure this thing out, build this rocket, get it done as quick as possible. The only way that works is if you have a scheduling milestone. What has Boeing not been able to hit? They haven't hit their scheduling milestones because they really don't have any date to scale to. You're a company, you're trying to make money, you have no date to scale to. What's your incentive to get it done? There's no incentive to get it done. Nothing. There's nothing. See what I'm saying? I gotta shut this light off. It's shining in my eyes. There's no incentive to get anything done. Okay, so now you're Boeing. They're incentivized to just squeeze these contracts. I don't think that's necessarily bad. How do you keep a multi-billion-dollar facility like Michoud running without these contracts? You got to pay your workers. You got to pay them. They have to stay there. They have to have benefits. These workers have people. You can't just say, oh, you're idled for the next 5 months or you're idled for the next year until we figure out when we want to build a core. You can't just idle the line. That's not how that works at all. You got to pay these people. You got to keep the lights on. That right there is what's eating up all the cost. That's why SLS is so expensive. It has nothing to do. Yes, RS-25s are not the best engine for an expendable rocket. That's very true. But the time to figure out propulsion, the time to change propulsion for SLS was 10 years ago, not right now. So we kind of have to roll with it, right? Right? You could also kill them. No, that's probably not a good way to run the company, killing your employees. Probably not a good thing to do. So, King, if it's me, I'm going to Boeing and I'm saying, look, I need 40 SLS cores over the next 10 years. Can you do this? They're not going to say no. Why are they not going to say no? Because that gives them something to scale to and ensures that this factory stays open and stays running and is profitable over the next 10 years. That basically keeps the lights on for them. It's assurance to keep the lights on for them for the next 10 years. So now you won't have to worry about them milking you for contracts to keep the lights on because they're going to be busy building this dang thing. Like, dude, factories are just another piece of mechanized equipment. They're just another piece of mechanized equipment. Okay? And even, what is the worst thing any piece of mechanized equipment can do? You want to know the way to really lose money? Buying a car and then having it sit and do nothing. That is a really easy way to just put money into a barrel and light it on fire, which is basically what we've been doing for the last 15 years, man. I should be, Stufu. NASA need Belichick, Brady, and Edelman, Gronk, and Vince Wilfork. Then we'll win. Yeah. EJ, that's saying you need 2 to 4 SLS is safe. Artemis 5 was planned to be changed negotiation 1. Also, this is not saying that they are canceling it. They would explore how to change the contract. That's what I think Eric is talking about, but because he seems to have a bone to pick with some politicians or something, I think he frames it as SLS getting canceled. What the reality of the situation is that the entire Artemis program needs to be basically contractually audited because the contracts are ass. They're terrible. It's a terrible contracting structure because it was put in at a time where they weren't exactly sure what NASA's new goals should be. 15 friggin' years ago. Unless the car is a collectible and then appreciates in value. By that logic, yes, putting SLS in a museum is the most profitable thing to do. So, I mean, no. You have to... So, King, if you want to make this worth Boeing while, you have to put the whole machine to work. You have to basically dangle money in front of these guys. Look, I'm promising you constant profits, consistent growth over the next 10 years. Guaranteed. Firm fixed price per core. And I would even throw out some financial incentives to build these cores quicker. Extra $500 million if you deliver 4 in less than a year. There you go. Now, I know people are going to say, EJ, where are you getting that $500 million from? Where are you getting the $500 million? What do you mean? What do you mean? Did you see these numbers in this? This is a Senate. This is the Commerce, Justice, and Science thing. Did you see those numbers? $500 million is nothing. That's nothing. And I know people are going to say, well, why $500 million though? 500. Well, okay, think about that. That's an extra $5 billion over the next 10 years. Do you think they would say no to that? They would not say no to that. They would absolutely go for it. And it can't be more expensive than it just sitting there doing nothing. Not a chance. $500 million is chump change for this program. You know what, dudes? Everybody says, oh, NASA needs more money. Now, if NASA had the defense budget, no, the money is there. They have no plan. That's the problem. That's what Rook needs to address. That's what he needs to fix. I am 100% confident in this. I've only had all the time in the world to think about it. It's such a waste of money and time. It's really sickening when you think about what a company like SpaceX could have accomplished with that type of funding. They basically have this type of funding at this point, Red. So that logic would have been fine probably like 5 to 6 years ago. That doesn't matter anymore. But at this point, dude, you're not going to be able to take this exploration budget here, right? You're not going to be able to take that money and give it to SpaceX. There's no way that's happening. Even if Jared wasn't NASA administrator, even if they brought Jim back, this is still not happening. You can't take that $7.6 billion and just give it to SpaceX. You can't do that. I mean, maybe they could. I highly doubt the Senate would allow that because the financial stakeholders here are representatives and senators in Congress. I look at that as an immutable thing. Not immutable, as a thing you really can't get around. So what does a good engineer do if they address a problem where you can't address it dead on? Work with it, right? Work with it. Work with the system. That's worked in the past just fine. It worked great during the Apollo program. It almost worked during the shuttle program. Almost. That failed for other reasons. If you can't go, you're not going to be able to. No one has the political chops to do something like that, to pull that off. No one does. Like, you're not going to. That's because it's kind of circumventing checks and balances, right? The whole point of them funding NASA is that everybody gets a piece of the pie. That's a system that works. Dudes, I'll be honest. I don't care if it's a pork project. If somebody wants to break billions of dollars into their congressional district, isn't that their job? Isn't that a representative's job to make sure that they have good jobs for their constituents? That's the whole idea.
I don't care if you want to do that. Do something, please. If you want to do that and just basically have a cash cow and have it produce nothing, well, that's, yeah, of course, I have an issue with that. And I think that's what most people have an issue with. I really don't think that anyone would care if SLS carried this heavy price tag if it did something. And that goes back to my entire conclusion. SLS needs a job. It needs something to do. You know, the mission architecture now is okay, but it's not as good as it needs to be for the future. If we're really serious about going to the moon and Mars, it's not good enough. This is not substantial enough. This is a side project. It shouldn't be our side project. That should be something, us moving into the stars, the United States moving into the stars should be, all right, let me look at it this way. It's crucial to move capitalism out to the moon, into space. It is crucial to do that. Right now, it's good in low Earth orbit. It's very well developed. You got to go further than that. If we don't, we're just going to sit here in the cradle all day. Capitalism is the avenue to keep us moving into space. That, and we're just inherently explorers. Humans do. That's what we do. You don't want to take something like this animal here and keep it confined in a box. What happens when that happens? Violence. Straight up. I don't look at it at just, oh, we need to spread capitalism throughout the universe. Like, that's kind of, I mean, yeah, that's right, but that's not the whole part of it. That's a good avenue to do it. But I'll quote Konstantin Tsiolkovsky. He's the guy that came up with the math that governs how rockets fly within the confines of physics. He came up with an equation called the ideal rocket equation, right? The delta V formula. That's rocket science 101. But Konstantin Tsiolkovsky stated basically that the Earth is humanity's cradle. But if we want to mature as a species, you can't stay in the cradle forever. We have to go. You have to go. You have to spread your wings. You have to go. You have to go. We have to explore. Go. Our guy, Tsiolkovsky was a freaking genius, Yuri, considering he was a hermit, not classically educated, never went to school, and figured out how to do rocket science in a shed in the middle of nowhere in Russia. Pretty good, dude. I mean, it's one motivation, but we explored long before capitalism. Yeah, Chrome, you can make that argument if you want to cast your mind back to when humans were hunter-gatherers, but the most peaceful times in our existence have been ushered in by capitalism. I don't give a frick what anybody says. That's undeniable facts. Bronze Age, Stone Age, Iron Age, all brought in because of trade. All brought in peaceful times because of trade. Yeah, you guys, look, you don't have to like capitalism. This isn't a soapbox for me saying you have to love it. Meh. It's just a good avenue to achieve what we need to do. It's a great avenue to do it. So far, it's the best avenue for space exploration, considering those flags that are up on the moon. Just saying. Do you have a thermodynamics book you could recommend? Trying to learn some thermodynamics. Any high school physics book will do just fine. Baron, your dad worked at Michoud till 2022. Then he transferred to another facility. I asked him about SLS core delays, and he said that there were not given adequate resources and ineffective leadership. He cited that their facility got hit with a tornado in 2017 and got flooded in 2021, and a lot of the machinists moved to the commercial sector, leaving the SLS core program working with a skeleton crew. Correct. Yeah, not a lot of people realize that Michoud got hit with 2 natural disasters, and that delayed the SLS program by years. The other problem is that ineffective leadership is not funding it's not funding the rocket correctly. SLS was flat funded. It's been flat funded since 2014 in the name of political sustainability, but that's not how this works. But then again, Baron, you have to go back and look at why SLS was flat funded. Well, SLS was flat funded because Congress wanted to keep a national space program. Because someone tried to pull the rug out on our entire national space program and hand it all off to commercial entities, which was, I still maintain, the good part of that is that we got SpaceX out of that. SpaceX was basically able to shine. The bad part about that is surrendering our national space program is the incessant need to pawn off everything to the commercial market is basically killing our institutional knowledge at a national level for spaceflight. That is a big problem. That's a huge problem. This commercial market stuff works really well if you're providing payload services, contract services, like SpaceX, or like Blue, or Rocket Lab. It works great for this. Why does this bother me? And don't get me wrong, I'm fine. Personally, I don't care. If we're going to just let the commercial market do its thing, there you go. There's that whole capitalism for exploration thing. Cool, sweet, good, great, grand, wonderful, we're done. That'll get us further into space, absolutely. And a lot of people think that. What's really going to suffer is the science budget. The science budget will get tanked. And that's not good. That's climate monitoring, exploration probes, these awesome probes that inspire people like New Horizons, Kepler, K2, Kepler and the K2 mission, Voyager 1, Voyager 2, Curiosity, Perseverance, Europa Clipper. That's what's going to get the shaft. That's what's going to, we already see it. We already seen it started to happen. Viper, Chandra, JPL layoffs. The WISE, the wideband infrared satellite, they deorbited that. It burned up the other day. You're already starting to see that happen. And if you get rid of that, and it goes all commercial, space just becomes a logistics service. Like it would be like if you got rid of the post office and just replaced it with UPS and FedEx. The post office does other things besides just moving packages and mail around. I don't know if anybody knows that. It's kind of an important thing that it operates at a loss, but you need it. You need that to there's other benefits there, right? If you get rid of that, if you get rid of NASA, the science budget goes to hell, and then we lose our scientific exploration edge over other countries. Great, yeah, we can land people on the moon. Excellent. But your science budget is tanked, and without the science budget, and without your decadal survey denoting your science budget, there's no human exploration program. They depend on each other. You take out one, the other one flounders, and then you have nothing. The whole system that was leveraged in place that ended up giving us stuff like this collapses. And you lose out on the guaranteed opportunity to make more companies like SpaceX and drive super heavy lift competition in the markets. There was a very, very, very unique set of circumstances that made SpaceX successful. If we get rid of the avenues that made that, because SpaceX became super successful, you are avoiding a guaranteed opportunity to do it again. And then you get a monopoly in space. Maybe you don't. Maybe, guys, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the whole commercial market explodes, not actually, explodes, and, you know, we have Blue and SpaceX freighters going out to Mars and Pluto by the time we retire. Maybe. It's possible, but that's still subjecting your entire space program to capitalistic wins. I said that capitalism is a good avenue. It's one way that we can do things, right? But that's not the full reason. See what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Everybody looked at NASA and said NASA's too slow. We give it to the commercial market. That works great in the short term. That works excellent. But there could be long-term repercussions here. You have to have a good in-house space program. You have to. And with that being said, NASA's press conference should be starting very soon. Have you seen my heavy dump truck in KSP? No, but I want to. FedEx plus UPS equals fed up. Did each Apollo landing site have a flag? We landed 6 times on the moon between July 1969 and December 1972. Each one has a flag. Yep. Apollo 11, Apollo 12, Apollo 14, 15, 16, 17. All right, here we go. There should be a way to develop both That's what I'm saying, Graham. There is a way to develop both. You have to go in and you have to renegotiate SLS contracts. If you do that, SLS can provide a service in building out base components. And then you use Starship to resupply a moon base or a gateway or a Mars base or whatever. Whatever. You know, like to pick whatever. Like NASA needs to blaze the trail, and they need to blaze the trail of exploration, and commercial follows in its wake. That's the whole point of NASA. That is NASA's founding principle, to develop space and science technology that the commercial market wouldn't be able to do, to open up new markets in aerospace and spaceflight. That is NASA's stated goal. That is their founding charter. If you don't do that, what the hell is NASA? NASA doesn't need to exist anymore. And if you want to do that, you're not leveraging that scientific exploration. Would the market be fine by itself? Yeah, potentially, sure. Yeah, it might be fine, but it might not be fine. I say, why risk it? Why take the chance when we don't have to? All right, anyway, this conference is about to start. Let's see what's good. Yeah, NG, exactly. No, that was not Remo. That was this. How much snow did you get in Massachusetts? An inch, and it's turning to rain, Tigris. There's not a lot left. Yeah, Finn, NASA can't even stream properly. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Can't even stream properly. Do people not look at this and say, maybe they should fix their stream, or do you say, oh, maybe they should let SpaceX stream for them? No. That's you're ignoring the fact that there is an institution that is not working correctly. Or just make the damn rocket do something.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Eutychus, what's up? It's an update on the Artemis program, James. We'll see what happens. Will they talk about aliens?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Nah, aliens ain't NASA's department, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Raj. What's going on, buddy? Friend of Monkeys, 28-month resub. Thank you very much. More like not going at throttle up. I like this music, man. I like optimistic space music. That makes this music sweet, dude. Core memories. Feel it, guys? We need to get back to work. We closed the book after the Apollo program. We need to open the book up again. You know what I'm saying? Time to write a new chapter. I don't see your last S, unless it wasn't a tag. I don't see it, dude. Type it out again. It's an Artemis update, Cammy. I'm doing fine, thank you. How are you? What do you expect from this NASA live stream? I expect they're going to say that the heat shield is fixed and they're going to give us a date for Artemis 2. What's the music? It's the music from the NASA press conference, S. It's like we just need Apollo back, but with the support of commercial that props up both. That is the most sustainable way forward, Halingar. It is not the most cost-effective way forward, but are you going to put a price on our destiny? Are you going to put a price on our destiny? That's dumb. We should not do that. As much as I love SpaceX, we shouldn't do that. And SpaceX, I am confident, could carry it out. And if that's the way it plays out, that's the way it plays out, dudes. At least we got there. Never price yourself out of a future. Bingo. Has the press conference been delayed to next year? It was supposed to be at 1, but they look like they're running on my schedule now. What is the latest news on KSB2? Nothing. Game's dead, dude. It's dead, Jim. Do you believe we should move away from chemical rockets? We should move away from chemical rockets when we have something better than chemical rockets. The only way you're going to do that is to fly chemical rockets enough that somebody comes up with another solution. The best way to innovate is to innovate by doing. Could the space shuttle have existed if we didn't do the Apollo program? Probably not. Could something like Falcon 9 have existed without the space shuttle? No, they're not technically related in any way, shape, or form, but you gotta remember, Falcon 9 came out of SpaceX looking at the market for commercial launch vehicles and looking at the space shuttle and saying, it's just not, no, we can make something better. When are we returning to workers? I don't know. We could play workers today if you want. Like, my schedule's all screwed up from all these press conferences and stuff, and we'll get back to playing Satisfactory tomorrow before Flame Trench. Do you think aliens are real? Sure, why not? Party, the universe is big. Just because you can look out through a telescope and you can't see anything out there doesn't mean they don't exist. That's like saying I'm looking at the ocean and there's no fish in it because I can't see them. There's something out there. But I'll tell you this. There is something out there. I think we should be the ones going and figuring it out. Going and discovering other species. I want Star Trek, not Starship Troopers. You know what I'm saying? Picking up what I'm laying down? I don't want to be the ones being discovered by other species. That's probably bad. That's like Independence Day. We don't want that. Anyway, let's roll.
Good afternoon, and welcome to NASA headquarters. I'm Mira Bernstein in the Office of Communications. Thank you for joining us today for an update on NASA's Artemis campaign. To give you an update, we have NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, NASA Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy, Associate Administrator Jim Free, Reed Wiseman, NASA astronaut and Artemis II commander, NASA's Flight Operations Directorate, And joining us virtually, Amit Shathria, Deputy Associate Administrator, Moon to Mars Program Office, Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate. Kathy Kerner is unfortunately unable to join due to losing her voice. We'll be taking questions from those in the room and over the phone. As a reminder, you can press *1 to get into the queue. But first, I'd like to turn it over to Administrator Nelson for opening remarks.
Well, thank you.
We are here to give you an update on Artemis. If you recall back when we first went to the moon, President Kennedy went to Rice Stadium, and he gave one of the most memorable speeches of his presidency. He said, we go to the moon and do other things, not because it's easy, but because it's hard.
That was 60 years ago, Bill.
Space is hard. And the endeavor, like Artemis, over a half a century after Apollo, is hard. It's the pinnacle of new possibilities. It's the most daring, technologically challenging, collaborative, international endeavor that humanity has ever set out to do. And the Artemis 1 test flight was just that. It was a flight test on a new spacecraft and new technology. During Artemis 1, the heat shield performed in unexpected ways. And since then, we've been studying the data to determine the best path forward. We've done extensive testing to understand the risk that our astronauts will have while accomplishing the goals of landing back on the moon, bringing them home safely, and this will be the first time in over a half century. We've conducted expansive testing, including analyzing samples from the heat shield. We were able to recreate the problem here on Earth, and now we know the root cause. And this has allowed us to devise a path forward, which we are going to share with you today. Now, just this morning, we have concluded the Executive Council. This was after we had an independent review team. We had the deputies meeting. We had their agency bosses meeting. All of them made a unanimous recommendation to the Executive Council, of which it's my responsibility as the chairman, to accept or not those recommendations. And based on the data, we have decided, NASA unanimously in our decision makers, to move forward with the current Artemis 2 Orion capsule and heat shield with a modified entry trajectory. Later on, they'll get into the specifics of how you modify the entry so that you lessen the heat coming back into the Earth's atmosphere. Additionally, we need to complete our updates to the Orion environmental controls and the life support systems that were identified earlier this year. And that's a very important part. The ECLIS system, the life support system of Artemis 2, needs to be checked out. That's a very important goal and accomplishment before we go translunar injection to the moon. And so we are planning for Artemis 2 to launch in April of 26. And we're going to do all in our power with our commercial partners to launch earlier. After learning from the Artemis 2 crewed test flight, then we're going to make adjustments that are necessary, and we plan to launch Artemis 3, the first landing on the moon in over a half century, assuming the SpaceX lander is ready, we plan to launch Artemis 3 in mid-2027. That will be well ahead of the Chinese government's announced intention that they have already publicly stated is 2030. We need to get this test flight right, this Artemis 2 test flight right, to ensure the success of our return to the moon and then return safely to Earth in order for the rest of the Artemis campaign to proceed. We've made tremendous progress on the Artemis campaign, including establishing the Moon to Mars program, defining strategies and objectives through our regular architecture concept reviews, launching and learning from the first test flight, Artemis 1, developing our suits, the space suits that our astronauts will wear on the surface of the moon, and awarding 2 contracts to develop human lander systems. Space is demanding, and we and our industry and international partners need this time to make sure that the Orion capsule is ready to safely deliver our astronauts to deep space and back to Earth. We need our commercial and international partners to double down to meet and improve this schedule. And that's why I personally have met with the company executives, including the CEOs from the following: SpaceX and Blue Origin on their landers, and I've met with them personally. Boeing on the SLS, Lockheed Martin on Orion, and Axiom on the spacesuits. And I have showed up with many of these leaders, sometimes unannounced, to our and their manufacturing and assembly sites. We also routinely engage with our international partners, especially ESA, the European Space Agency, which supplies the European Service Module, including we have on several occasions visited their facilities abroad. And we must have a shared sense of urgency among all these partners, and I think we have that. As I said, the Chinese government has announced their intention to land on 2030. It may be earlier. They're not planning to land humans on the vital portions that we're going to land, the lunar South Pole, and it is vital for us to land on the South Pole so that we do not cede portions of that lunar South Pole to the Chinese. We've made significant progress on the Artemis campaign over the last 4 years. We created the Moon to Mars program. We've commissioned the 2 lunar landing systems, SpaceX Starship and Blue Origin's Blue Moon, to deliver our astronauts to the surface of the moon. We commissioned Axiom Space to develop the next generation of spacesuits. We simulated the international partnerships and agreements for key Artemis elements, including with the UAE for the Gateway Airlock Module, and with Japan to provide a pressurized rover for the lunar surface. We flew Artemis 1 around the moon. Artemis 1 is the first time that we have sent a human-capable spacecraft to the moon since the Apollo days. And we are now, as we speak, stacking the solid rocket boosters, and then comes the Artemis II core stage, which is in the VAB, the Vehicle Assembly Building, as we speak. We'll stack that and the launch vehicle stage adapter. All of this is going on for this next step, the crewed flight test. The safety of our astronauts is always first in our decisions. It is our North Star. We do not fly until we are ready. We do not fly until we are confident that we have made the flight as safe as possible for the humans on board. We need to do this next test flight, and we need to do it right. And that's how the Artemis campaign proceeds. I want to thank all the teams for all of their hard work, and it's been extensive. And now I want to turn it over to our great Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy. Colonel Melroy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'd also like to express gratitude for all of you who are here or online for your time today and your continued interest in Artemis and the space program. At its very core, NASA is a learning organization. The knowledge we gain builds mission by mission, allowing us to stretch further, farther, and accomplish more. In the test campaign of Artemis, this is the exemplification of that learning. Each test mission, you must examine very closely what you've learned and feed it forward so that we can advance with greater knowledge and less risk. So one area that's taken us a considerable amount of time to learn from Artemis 1 is how the heat shield performed during the mission. Obviously, a very critical aspect of the mission. After Artemis 1, we noticed that there was a variation across the appearance of the Apollo heat shield, where the material that coats the capsule at the bottom,
The Apollo
that
heat
protects the capsule during the heat of reentry, it wore away differently than we expected.
The Apollo
We
heat
have
shield.
models for this
Okay.
sort of thing, so we took that very seriously. First, I need to introduce a concept called a skip entry. This is a technique we use coming back from the moon because the velocity of the spacecraft and the energy that it has to dissipate is much greater than the energy that you dissipate just coming back from low Earth orbit.
This is right.
So the way it's designed is to dip in and out of the atmosphere to reduce the velocity. We have since determined that while the capsule was dipping in and out of the atmosphere as part of that planned skip entry, heat accumulated inside the heat shield's outer layer, leading to gases forming and becoming trapped inside the heat shield. This caused internal pressure to build up and led to cracking and uneven shedding of that outer layer. This root cause investigation began almost immediately after our observations, and our team has been pretty relentless in focusing on every possible root cause. I have a lot of gratitude to the team that worked on this inside the agency for their rigor, for their thoughtfulness, and their thoroughness. We really did not want to drive that team towards a specific deadline. They know the urgency as well as anyone else of continuing the Artemis campaign. So instead, we didn't give them a timeline. We gave them the resources that they needed to thoroughly investigate this and come back with the root cause. We had to understand why that erosion variation in the heat shield occurred to make sure that our astronauts would be safe during Artemis 2. Just want to say that's how it's done at NASA. We expect the highest standard for technical excellence. We want to understand first the root cause. Then we want to test and model so that we can bound the risk, and then and only then do we develop flight rationale for why it's safe to go fly when we have bounded the risk. That's exactly what we did. I also have to give tremendous kudos and thanks to Paul Hill, who led our independent review team. They were absolutely brilliant. Paul's team provided us with a lot of thoughtful analysis and independent perspective, and they ultimately concluded that our team did identify the correct root cause of the Artemis heat shield issue. They also validated that our test approach would bound the risk that, again, ultimately led to the flight rationale that it was safe to fly. As we're looking ahead, we know we're going to learn a lot more on Artemis 2, and we remain committed to that learning and to the rigorous process that we have always adhered to keep our crews safe. Thank you again for your time and your continued interest in Artemis and the space program. Now I'll turn it over to our Associate Administrator, Jim Free.
Thanks, Pam. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for taking the time to be here and for really taking time to understand how we got to where we are today. And I think you all know, but our campaign of human exploration, science, and discovery that began with Artemis 1 continues with Journeys to the Moon and then Journeys on to Mars. Our vision extends into the next decade to establish a long-term presence at the Moon, a presence that we can sustain to explore more of the Moon than ever before. And the reasons we go begin with improving life on Earth and understanding our place in the universe, as we've shared in our Moon to Mars objectives. We are at the next step of our roadmap. Artemis 1 was the first, and we are on our way. The beginning of that roadmap, as we said with Artemis 1, is a series of test flights where we will learn. We have and will undoubtedly meet many challenges along the journey, and the choices we make at each inflection point inform the path from there. It's important at each of those decision points that we reaffirm our vision and our values. And today, as you've heard from the administrator and the deputy administrator, is one of those points. We've reaffirmed our commitment to extend humanity farther into the solar system with Artemis, and we've honored our core values in the process that begin first with safety. Our decision has been made first around safety on the heat shield, as we understand and mitigate the risks that come with spaceflight. Knowing what we know now, it also proves how important it is to maintain the continuity of NASA's industrial base and sustain a regular flight cadence to ensure the expertise and critical information remain ingrained in our collective knowledge.
You say that.
It builds on what you heard earlier on the diversity and the resilience of our solution. In addition to sustaining manufacturing capabilities and supply chain, we must all do everything in our power to honor our schedule commitments that are codified in the contracts that we have with all of our suppliers for each Artemis mission. A regular flight cadence not only helps us to avoid repeating past challenges, but also helps us to advance the goals of Artemis with greater efficiency and foresight to ensure we remain a global leader in science and exploration for the benefit of all.
You keep saying
These
that.
technical challenges, be it the heat shield or others that you'll hear from Amit, are difficult, and we learn through tests on the ground and in flight. That will continue as we push the limits of exploration and our destination and the complexity of those missions. The challenges are also solved at a rate that is measured by safety and measured by delivery of hardware from our contractors and partners. The team we have, both NASA and contractor, is incredible. That's evidenced to me by our performance on Artemis 1, the disposition of the heat shield, and all the development that is going on across the country and, frankly, across the world. And I am grateful for each one of those folks. With that, let me turn it over to the commander of the Artemis 2 mission, Reed Wiseman.
Thanks, Jim. For those of you who are just sitting here, I want you all to know we like to keep our associate administrator well flanked by astronauts, and I think we've done a good job today. I'm the lucky one who gets to be here, but I am definitely speaking for our crew, for Victor, Christina, Jeremy, our two backups, Jenny Gibbons from the Canadian Space Agency and Andre Douglas from NASA. First and foremost, I want to thank the media for being here. This is the great part of our nation, is that you all get to talk to us and get to think and freedom of speech and get to report on the state of our program. thanks for your interest in Artemis, and thanks for getting the word out to the general public. We really do appreciate the efforts. I also want to thank the NASA leadership team. I'll echo what Pam was saying, was sometimes in space, delays are agonizing and slowing down is agonizing, and it's not what we like to do. But from the crew perspective, the thing that we most asked our leadership for after Artemis 1 was root cause of the ablation of the heat shield. And we took the time. This was very, very open process. The crew certainly never felt like there was a door closed to us. We never saw any hidden data. It was all open. It was all open discussion. We had an independent review team with a lot of outside experts and internal experts to look at this. So we really appreciate the willingness to take the risk to actually slow down and understand root cause, determine the path forward, corrective action for Artemis 2 and Artemis 3, so that when Victor, Christina, Jeremy, and I launch and land after a successful Artemis 2, we will look to Artemis 3 to carry the torch forward and to put humans back on the moon, and that is really our ultimate objective. Quick story time before I hand it over to Amit. The folks in the room that don't get out the way the crew gets to get out. In November, I was at Kennedy Space Center with our crew, all four of us. It was Victor, Christina, Jeremy, and myself. And we were in the vehicle assembly building. And just when you walk into that building and see the boosters, see the core stage, see the American men and women that are putting this vehicle together, the excitement that is in there, the scale, it is absolutely inspiring just to see the scale of what is going on. The thing that we walked away from was the sense that, we are in simulators all the time. We see PowerPoint slides. There's meetings all the time at NASA, but we started to feel this is absolutely real, and it is awesome. While we were there, we were in the airport in Orlando coming home, and Jeremy Hansen, our Canadian astronaut on the crew, pulled out his cell phone, and we watched Starship 6 test flight from Boca Chica. And it was in that moment for me, as a kid who was born after Apollo, that moment in the Orlando airport, I had just seen our booster. I had just seen the Orion spacecraft. I'm now watching Starship 6 test flight. All the elements are there for humans on the moon, and all the elements are there to push us onto Mars in the very near future. And I felt it in my soul. I felt it and I believed it. And I want to thank our administration. I want to thank our workforce, because they are the ones that are making it happen, and the public who are supporting us. So thank you. With that, I'll hand it over to Amit.
Yeah, Reed's all right. Reed's good. Reed's good people.
So Amit will be on the screens for those in the room. Just give us a second.
Hello, everyone. Just quickly, can you all hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you, Amit.
Some technical difficulties here. Okay, thank you. Let's see, I can't top Tano. I'm going to just start with an outline of what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to explain the approach that we're taking as part of the program office, detail the findings related to the heat shield, talk through some of the other issues that are affecting the performance of the integration at KSC, and talk about...
Shut off the mic! Set the panel!
Congress authorized the Moon to Mars program office about 18 months ago. Since then, we've had the advantage to actually think about the risk of the integrated program from a mission basis, not just from the capability basis. And that's essential to ensure that we're on a safe path towards long-term exploration. And it also helps us guarantee that the 6 programs under the office, Gateway, HLS, the Human Landing System, EVA and Surface Mobility, the Space Launch System, Orion, as well as the Exploration Ground Systems program are integrated, are looking downfield together, and are trying to proceed in a rigorous test-based approach towards achieving mission objectives. This has been a really exciting time for these teams to come together, and what we do know is that our assessments have led us to an understanding that our current baseline plan has testing gaps. It needs to be augmented. Each mission needs to be augmented, and we need to think about each one of those missions in a unique way, and we're going to do that. And the heat shield investigation was an interesting stimulus for that understanding. So, again, I'm not going to talk about the rigor that went into the process. Pam said that really well. I do think it's important to recognize, though, that we tried very hard to let the team that was doing the work stay isolated from schedule pressure, from the the eyes of those that are watching to make sure that we're making the right progress. It is very easy for that pressure to change your perception, your engineering judgment, your understanding of technical truth. And so this is a little bit why we've been careful about discussing this topic. But let's talk about what we saw in Artemis 1. As was mentioned, we for the first time conducted a skip re-entry of a heat shield that's 16 feet in diameter. It interfaced with the atmosphere at 32 times the speed of sound. It endured atmospheric entry, heating and velocities and aerothermal loads over 3,000 nautical miles of a downtrack, and it landed within 2 miles of the USS Portland. That was a phenomenal achievement. If you think about the specified design of the integrated system from an entry guidance and from a thermal load performance. However, as is mentioned before, we saw variations in the condition of the heat shield, in which the char layer that protects Orion broke off in ways we did not expect. We observed about 100 spots across the heat shield where that phenomenon occurred. Charring is normal ablator behavior during entry. The way that energy is dissipated, all of the energy we put into the spacecraft at launch has to be reduced so we have a safe and nominal landing. Most of that energy when we enter the atmosphere at that speed is rejected by the radiative shock that occurs in front of the vehicle as it's transiting through the atmosphere. Some of that is rejected via convection through the outer layer of the heat shield. It is normal behavior for the ablator that it's built on Orion to char. The heat shield however, is not designed to liberate those pieces of char. Instead, a char layer and an ablator is supposed to recede gradually so the underlying material insulates the spacecraft from the high heat flux we experience during entry. As I mentioned, the performance was excellent, but that char loss is outside of the design intent. Now, just because our bond line temperatures were within 4 factors of safety, just because our guidance was right down the middle, just because we had the right amount of virgin APCO material left, it is tempting to believe that means the spacecraft performed the right thing and it performed it with margin. But everything we've learned in our history tells us that's not what margin means. We have to have an absolute technical understanding of the transport and liberation phenomena that led to that loss of char, and so that is why we took the level of steps that we did to analyze this issue. So the Orion program stood up heat shield Tiger team to determine root cause corrective actions and to start thinking about what that technical truth needs to be. That team was a multidisciplinary team of experts in TPS systems, aerothermal dynamics, thermal testing analysis, stress analysis, material test, all across the board. And as we continued throughout the investigation, we brought in experts from the Department of Defense, from the Department of Energy, across industries across the United States and even internationally to help us understand that we were doing the ablator behavior, because this is cutting edge technology in terms of the way we're exposing these environments to make sure that we were using the best of what the country could offer to analyze this. So what I'll say first of all is the Tiger team, which was commissioned again by the Orion program manager, Howard Hugh, deserves a lot of credit for the rigor he applied, was led by Luis Saucedo, who conducted what in my estimation, in the 20 years I've been in the agency, is one of the most magnificent pieces of engineering analysis that I have been a part of. Their work was substantial, significant, and extremely impressive. They started with a fault tree assessment that led directly to enabling advances, not just in the understanding of the interactions of the vehicle's material loss properties and its interaction with the aerothermal environment, but also invented and innovated new test and non-destructive evaluation techniques for us to be able to actually observe this phenomenon in real time in the arc jets and the upgrades to the arc jets that we created as part of this investigation. We also use facilities at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and all over the country to help us analyze this phenomenon. So again, I commend the team for their work, but again, because we're NASA, we wanted to make sure we're close to the problem, that we were being extremely rigorous. We brought an independent team of experts in, as Pam mentioned, led by Paul Hill, who did a phenomenal job. He brought in experts from industry, from the Department of Energy, all over the country to also give us confidence that we were doing the right things. Paul right now serves as a key member of the Aerospace Safety Advisory Panel. And of course, as those of you that know, he also led the agency's return to flight efforts after the Columbia accident. So the team provided us analysis, and again, the concurrence on the root cause is unanimous. So fundamentally, just as Pam said, the issue is that during reentry, there is as I mentioned, the ablative material has to produce those gases under pyrolysis. And pyrolysis is just burning without oxygen. We learned that as part of that reaction, the permeability of the APCOAT material is essential. And this is something that did not necessarily produce itself in our reconstruction of the data until we looked at the regions where the recession of that char layer was arrested, and that the recession was arrested during the dwell time during the skip reentry. During that period, the production of those gases was higher than the permeability could tolerate, and so as a result, a pressure differential was created. That pressure led to cracks in plane with the outer mold line of the vehicle, and as in certain areas of the vehicle where those cracks propagated to the bond line of the blocks, the char was then liberated. We were able to determine this correlation and connection between that permeability, because actually during Artemis 1, it turns out that some small percentage of the Artemis 1 heat shield actually exhibited a phenomenon of permeability that we were actually shooting for now in our corrective action. But the acreage of the heat shield was not uniform in terms of its permeability. There were places where it was actually more permeable than the rest, a small percentage. And in those places, we did not witness in-plane cracking. And that was the key clue for us. So we're able to take that and then reproduce in multiple different environments and multiple different facilities the generation of those cracks in the environment under which those cracks would exist. So our path forward is pretty clear. We know because of the test program that we went in, that we executed, we know how to produce APCOAT with the desired permeability standards. We have sized up all of our production capability in order to quickly produce heat shields as fast as we can. In fact, we have 50% improvement in that production rate. But it's still going to take us a little bit of time to finish the qualification of that material. That should be ready to go here sometime this year. But where we sit today, we understand, because we understand very fully not only the interaction of the material and the environment, but also the integrated interaction and how it performs in the spacecraft. So we've decided that in order to enhance our learning for Artemis 2 as quickly as we can, because there's nothing like flying in the flight environment to learn everything that you need to learn about how these systems will perform. And if we can either change the material to mitigate the issue, or we can change the environment to mitigate the issue. And for Artemis 2, because of the nature of the mission, which right now the mode we're using is equatorial free return, we can safely and with high degrees of success control that entry environment. And so that's the plan we're going to proceed along. Just quickly, we can talk if there's more questions. We're going to push out to everybody a detailed write-up of this understanding. But I do want to talk a little bit about what this means for us in terms of the execution of the mission. Of course, it's going to take us a little bit of time to go through the disposition of some of these issues. We are also experiencing a handful of issues in the performance and integration of the vehicle. We have, as I mentioned to this community back at the beginning of the year, we have had some issues with the electrical system on the vehicle, specifically when the vehicle is enduring an abort scenario. In some of those cases, in this particular case for Artemis 2, the abort system on the spacecraft is active. So we need to make sure that the vehicle will have maximum capacity during those abort scenarios. We found an issue with the batteries in particular, that they were not able to tolerate the abort environment. It's pretty severe, especially when you do an abort induced by the launch abort system. So we had to fix those batteries. And we've been working on that fix for a while. We were able to completely change the way that they're mounted, that they're mechanically secured. And we have been able to complete that fix, qualify that fix. It was excellent work by the team at Eagle Pitcher in Joplin, Missouri that did that for us. It was also it was difficult for them to do it because, as was mentioned earlier, our supply chains in some of these critical areas are extremely fragile, and so we had some difficulty finding very high reliability components and in order to complete that build. But the team there was excellent, and Eagle Pitcher has a long history with us. In fact, those of you that recall, the Eagle Pitcher built the batteries that were allowed the Apollo 13 crew to be able to survive during their transit when we lost the fuel cells in that mission. The other thing we've been working on significantly is the life support system on the spacecraft. We are in the ONC at Kennedy in the Operations Checkout Center. We are conducting a full set of integrated life support system tests on the spacecraft. We are learning every day about how that system performs. We have got to make sure that every part of that is in the right configuration before we commit the crew to launch. You recall early in the part of the year, we discovered an issue with the control system of the valves in particular the carbon dioxide removal system. That anomaly has been resolved. We've also witnessed a few issues with deformation of the seat material on those valves, which has caused overboard leakage. That has also been resolved. We've also been doing performance testing of the sorbent in that system to make sure it's going to have the capacity in all the cases that we care about, including multiple failure cases. So we're continuing to characterize and learn and test that life support system, but it is taking us a longer than we thought. And so we need to get that done. And we're making excellent progress there to the point at which now we're ready, as we said, to commit to stacking. So going forward, that additional time that we have that we need to get the vehicle ready and to get the stack moving, we're going to take that time to consider how to make the mission more robust. We have a lot of options to do that. It is a very large step between circumlunar free return and then the next mission, which we are going to exploit the amazing capability that Starship provides us. We believe that we need to pull some of those objectives forward. We're going to work with our industry partners to do that in order to make sure that by the time we're ready to fly Artemis 2 in the spring of 2026, that we're not only able to knock out the objectives that we had baselined, but also bring some forward from the landing mission so that when we commit to that mission, we think it's going to be successful. So that's where we are. I want to just quickly talk about some of the other progress we've been making. This year has been extremely busy processing the spacecraft, but we have also had a number of other achievements that are worthy of note in addition to the aggregation of the hardware of the Cape. We've made incredible progress in some of our lunar systems in terms of acquisition. We have added 3 providers to build lunar terrain vehicles. We have made historic international agreements with Japan and with the United Arab Emirates to add elements to the lunar surface architecture as well as to the cislunar architecture. That one of the great things about the ability that we have to take advantage of the incredible human spaceflight programs we have in place today, in particular the International Space Station, is our ability to advance and curate and expand the amazing partnership that we developed in low Earth orbit. And one of the reasons I can't be in the room today and I'm dealing with these audio issues is that I'm actually in Germany. We have the privilege of taking over. NASA has the privilege of taking over the chairmanship of the International Space Exploration Coordination Group, which is a consortium of 27 nations that have common interest in exploration. NASA having that leadership role is again just a testament to how inspirational Artemis is and what it means for the entire for the world to have American leadership in this area. So across America, across the world, there are tens of thousands of people, as Tano said very eloquently, that have hands on the hardware, that are committed not only to making sure that we maintain our leadership role, that we lead with our values, that we lead in exploration with the norms and standards that we believe, the norms and standards that come from living in free and open societies, exploiting the innovation that occurs only in those open societies, and exploiting the incredible capacity and manufacturing capacity that exists in this country and needs to be expanded. That is what we are also trying to do with this program. And I think we're doing everything we can to lead with that inspiration. And so I'm very excited to hand it back to the team over there, but then also I look forward to speaking with you all again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amit. So now we'll move into the question and answer portion of our event. We'll open it up again to folks here in the room, as well as to those on the phone. If you're on the phone, please press *1 to get into the queue. When we call on you, please clearly state your name, outlet, which of our participants you're addressing your question, and limit yourself to one question, please, so we can get to as many people as possible. So I'll start here in the room. Yeah, we'll go to Micah first. We have a mic for you. Just wait 1 second. Thanks.
Okay, so here's how this is going to work. What I like to do, and this is more of a test for me to make sure that I understood the subject matter conveyed, and more accountability for you guys making sure that I understood it correctly. I like to answer the questions, and then I like to compare my response to NASA. Something I do with press conferences. It's usually a pretty good idea. It helps me understand the source material better. So I'm going to pause after every question, answer it succinctly as I can, and then we'll hear their answer.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Mike Maidenberg, Wall Street Journal. Administrator Nelson or anybody else, have you shared kind of the new plan and schedule with anybody from the Trump transition team or its nominee to run NASA? And how confident are you that what you've just articulated will carry through to the next group, the next administration? Thanks.
I can't answer that question. Yep. Nope. Can't answer that one. All right, cool. Already 0 for 1.
Discovery,
I've
go
had,
and throttle up.
since the Executive Council meeting this morning, which went for 2 hours, I have talked to several people on the Hill. I spoke to Jared Isaacman yesterday and look forward to having a meeting with him, invited him to come, but because it was yesterday, I haven't told him what happened just an hour or so ago. But next on my list to call, which I simply didn't have time to call, is Gwen Shotwell, and then some of the folks in Blue Origin, and we'll get on down the list as time provides.
What?
If your question is, what do I think about the future of NASA under, it's not your question.
How confident are you what you just laid out will carry over?
I think the fact that we have gone so laboriously and we think made the right and safe decision, it will allow Artemis II to be launched in a very timely fashion. The flip side of that, had the testing not gone well and we had decided otherwise, that you had to rip off the space heat shield, that would have caused a considerable delay. So in answer to your specific question, I think it will be received very well by the new regime.
We'll go down in front here.
An interesting thing to call that.
Hi, Ken Chan, New York Times. I guess this is a question for mostly Amit. Want to understand the heat shield core root cause. So if the avcode is sufficiently permeable, the gases don't build up and everything's okay. I'm sort of wondering what went wrong. Were the specs for the avcode correct and it wasn't produced and applied correctly, or was there not sufficient understanding of how the heat was going to build up during this skip maneuver?
So what happened is with their ablator heat shield, the ablator heat shield couldn't dissipate the gas away from the shield fast enough. Heat shields can permeate. They basically got the little tiny holes in them. So some of that ablative gas goes through those holes and the heat shield has to breathe. That's how it exhausts the gas and provides the capsule into a thermal medium. The specs, in terms of specs and everything, guys, Artemis 1 is there to learn. It's there to learn about well, how the heat shield is going to take your trajectory. You got to remember, it's the first time we've done it in 50 years. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like there isn't some people left over that worked on the Apollo heat shield around. Of course there is, sure. But anytime we might as well be so far out of the gate that we have to relearn how to do this, right? So Artemis 1 was there to basically relearn how to do this. So it's not that any specs are wrong, but you have a test flight, and with a test flight, you're going to learn new stuff. It's something we haven't done in a little while. There's no technical base for this anymore. There hasn't been for half a century.
Okay, just again to confirm, you guys can hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I think the question was, what went wrong with our understanding of I didn't quite hear you.
The question was there a problem with the AVCode, the production and the application to AVCode, or did you not have the right specs for the permeability or the understanding of how the heat would build up during the skip reentry?
Okay, yeah, okay, thanks, I get it, Ken, thanks. So a couple things. First was, when we moved, we've used the AVCode formulation over the years. The spec was generated during Apollo. The Apollo spec was different. It had some environmentally sensitive materials that we can't use anymore. And that specification was handed over from multiple companies, from AVCO to Textron to Lockheed Martin, and then into the Orion program. It also was flowed into the Constellation program. And then when it was shut down, a lot of that knowledge was lost too. And so there was a lot of kind of dissolution of the understanding of how to formulate the material. Also, the material subtly changed. So the other thing that happened was we changed the geometry of the AVCO block. And so there was a lot of little, kind of links in the error chain that we call them that accumulated over time that led to our inability to predict this in ground test. I think the biggest one was that when we were doing the testing, we were extremely focused on the block geometry and how the recession was going to work with the block geometry. We totally nailed that piece of it. We totally nailed the geometry layup, how it was all supposed to recess together. We also tested at the extremes of the envelope in terms of heating. But what we missed was this critical region in the middle, and we missed that region because we didn't have the test facilities to produce the low-level energies that occurred during skip and dwell. We assumed that at the low end and at the high end, if we had the testing and we had nominal performance and nominal, kind of off-gassing of the pyrolyzing gases, that we would have, that there would be no spallation. Since then, as I said in my summary, we've developed the capability in the facilities to simulate that dwell, and so it was a gap in our testing capability, as well as an erroneous assumption about what was bounding in terms of the test conditions that led to this issue.
Yeah, we'll go to Joey.
Hi, thanks.
What do you think? Lost knowledge, right? I can't speak to the testing regime and their analytical models for and their ground testing for it, but yeah, would you say I'm in the ballpark? Who knew? The parts of the low heating parts of reentry are the parts where this happened. Interesting. Improper testing again. Well, yeah, you could say improper testing, but we haven't done it in a little while, Hellfish. Eventually, at a point, you have to relearn it, right? Like, not improper testing, unable to test. Yeah, I mean, flight data would fix that. More flight data would fix that. Yeah, Rocket Guy, that's a better way to say it because that's what it is. Hellfish, stop being obtuse. You know it's more complicated than that.
Joey Roulette with Reuters. Question for Bill. What led you to make this decision, or what led the agency to make this decision before the next administration comes in, considering the fact that they're likely to change many different parts of Artemis? And
I'm sorry. Okay.
Amit or Jim, what is the new trajectory and why are you confident that's the way forward?
The answer to your first question
I'm not
is
answering
if we were going to be on this timeline, we had to stack. And as a matter of fact,
Reentry
we
is hard
went
to test for,
ahead
of course.
and even prior to this.
All right, hold up. Guys, reentry is extremely difficult to test. There's no way to really test it only really in small scales using an arc jet. We don't have an arc jet big enough to test a 16-foot heat shield. We don't. That technology doesn't exist. That's a really difficult thing to do. It's such a difficult thing to try and replicate that you might as well just go fly. Which is why that's what they did, right? That's what I mean. When we, are graced with the uninterrupted views of Starship re-entering, that's what I mean when I say that that's invaluable. The imaging is invaluable. The telemetry is invaluable. The data is invaluable. That is worth its weight in gold. Probably more than that, 3 or 4 times over. Re-entry is very difficult to get right. It's really tough. How hard is it to launch a test vehicle? Put it on a Falcon 9? Well, yeah, that's been my argument. Because it's very clear that there is stuff that they can't test for. And what I've talked about is that, if I was in charge, I would get Orion, at least take Orion's heat shield. Put it on top of a Falcon, inside of a Falcon 9 fairing or something. Put it on top of a Falcon 9 and then test re-entering the dang heat shield. Just test it over and over and over and over again. Or launch like an Orion on New Glenn or something. Or Falcon Heavy. Not to get it to the moon, but to do another EFT-1 style mission to really get this testing regime, this data that you get. That's kind of what worries me about this. NASA said that Bill's going to talk about how schedule be danged, astronaut safety is key, blah, 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 blah. And that's fine. That's all fine and dandy. But at the end of the day, if you had more flight data on this, you would have figured out this stuff a long time ago. If you flew it more, you would have figured this out. Perhaps maybe flying it more without people. These are not really, the electrical problems, the ECLS problems, these are not problems you want to have when the next flight has people on it. No. Bad idea. I'm worried that, for all their rationale for flying, the next flight with people and pushing it out further and further and pushing it out further and further, that's all fine and dandy, and that's a very virtuous thing. And you obviously don't want to kill Reed over there. That would be terrible. But because you can't test this any other way, that forces them to test on the ground. Because there's really only 2 more times that Orion can fly. Because it only flies on SLS. There's Artemis 2 and Artemis 3. Who knows what happens after 4? I mean, personally, I think you know how I feel about that. And we should get 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. We should get Artemis 27 by the end of this decade, right? But do you see, at the end of the day, they're constrained because they can't get the flight data that they need. So every one of these missions, Pam Melroy admittedly said, every one of these missions is going to be a great thing to learn. And you're always going to learn stuff, right? But you don't want to learn how the heat shield works when people are on board. That is not something you want to be surprised by. Yeah, Rocket Guy. I'm worried that, they're talking about all this virtue about, not wanting to kill the crew, the safety is what's driving this. Well, no, it's the hardware driving it, because you can only test this 1 to 2 more times. That's forcing you to stay on the ground and do as much testing down here as possible. Testing that you self-admittedly can't replicate. You see what I'm talking about here? For all the guys of we're doing this because of safety. No, you're not. You're doing this because you can't test it again. Because you only have a certain amount of these things procured. See what I mean about procuring more cores and more SLSs? If you did that, you wouldn't have this problem.
A decision today, which has been informed over the last couple of weeks from the deputies meeting first, after the independent review team, and then the agency heads later, and now formalized with the Executive Council. We had already started the stack. These 2 solid rocket boosters are already lowered down and attached to the mobile launch platform. When that occurs, the life of the solid rocket boosters has a certain defined life. So we needed to get this thing going so we can stay on this timeline. And
remember what I just said a second ago about having hardware drive your timelines? How can it be about safety but also be about hardware? Which one is it, Bill?
And so I think that's the answer.
Sorry, am I wrong?
Yeah, I'd just like to add, Joey, that to the greatest extent possible, we certainly want to defer any decisions about starting or ending programs. Major decisions need to be deferred for a new team, and we have not yet received a transition team, so we didn't have an opportunity to brief anybody. But I just want to emphasize, we're on a day-for-day slip. We had to make this decision. And if you're waiting for a new administrator to be confirmed and a team to come up to speed on all this technical work that we've all been tracking very closely, I think that would actually be far worse to defer it and hand a 5 to 6 month delay. It was pretty clear that we needed to go forward. So.
And Joey, just so you don't think that schedule is getting in the way of safety.
Let's hear it. You just said it was.
Every investigation and determination on the safety of this as outlined with the changed reentry procedure, it has been unanimous. And so the poll today in the Executive Council.
It's unanimous because you can't test it anymore. That's the reason why it's unanimous. You only have 2 more flights for Orion on the books. That's why it's unanimous, because you don't have another decision now, do you?
Before I am required to make the decision was, again, unanimous.
Yeah, Joey, I'll let Ahmet describe the 1,775 nautical mile trajectory.
Yeah, so a couple things on the entry trajectory. As Jim said, we want to constrain the downtrack, so the period at which the vehicle hits entry interface down into where aerothermal loading stopped at 1,775 nautical miles. I wanted 1,776 nautical miles because if we're going to fly in the early part of 26, we could have celebrated the 250th anniversary at the same time. That would have been elegant, but engineering said I couldn't do that.
I like this guy. Amit's all right. Amit's good people. Yeah, no, this guy though.
1 extra mile is important because we have data. So, but the reason why we know it's safe is because so a couple things. We had to move. There are 2 things that we really want to make sure we understand in Artemis 2. One is, of course, controlling the environment here, but 2, we are doing the first ever crew extraction from Orion in the open water, and our sea states need to be as good as possible. So normally when we allow for the trajectory to occur over the Pacific, we allow for the vehicle to hit what we call a horizontal target line, which is where the vehicle intercepts the Earth's atmosphere, essentially a wide swath of ranges over the Pacific. If we were to keep the horizontal target line where it was during Artemis 1, the landing zone would have been well short of what we prefer to be optimal, which is off the coast of San Diego, which climatologically has the best sea states. So what we did is 2 things. First, we moved that horizontal target line such that downtrack now would put us in the preferred landing zone. And so that helps us in terms of confidence of our ability to do that. And of course, the Navy will do everything they can to make sure that's a safe operation. But the other part of it is reducing the skip duration, and our analysis of what that skip duration will do and the gas generation that occurs during that skip dwell is sufficiently low that we're not concerned that that environment for crack generation is going to overwhelm the structural stability of the char layer. And so that's based on tests. We've run those exact environments. We've run dispersions on those environments, and we've also run weather divert cases because we do have weather divert capability. The minimum guided entry capability we have is 1,300 nautical miles. Everything short of that is a ballistic entry. So we have basically 400 nautical miles of weather divert just in case on the way back we have seas that we don't like. I mean, circumlunar free return's a little different than coming back from orbit because we're essentially picking our landing time when we commit to translunar injection. So we have to get that right. And so we have all those parameters kind of collected together, which is where we got to that entry trajectory. And we think that's gonna mitigate all of those concerns.
I'm going to take some questions from the phone, and then we'll come back to the room. But first, Marcia Dunn from AP.
Yeah, that's cool. There's a lot of flexibility in determining sea states because, guys, you got to remember, once you initiate a trans-Earth injection, you're pretty much confined to a certain amount of area unless you have cross range. They can adjust the trajectory, not necessarily left to right. I mean, I just said cross range, but up range and down range. You can do that by modulating angle of attack on the heat shield, and that angle of attack modulation, right? Basically, the capsule twists, it rolls like this, and doing that, you could change the angle of the heat shield, and you could discern trajectory from there. What he was talking about is, how they have a good amount of area to be able to change that trajectory and not cook the heat shield again. That's cool. Amit's cool. I like that guy. Always listen to your engineers. Like, guys, I have no problem grilling, except for Reed. I have no problem grilling the, people at the top, right? But always listen to your engineers. Your engineers are not there their agenda is physics, okay? Physics is inalienable. Listen to them every time. Doesn't matter if it's SpaceX, doesn't matter if it's NASA. Listen to your engineers. Also, if you're in San Diego or Southern California, get the hell away from the water. Apparently. Please do that. Just run.
Yes, hi. I'm hoping you can hear me. How long would it have delayed if you had to have ripped off the heat shield and replaced it? And am I understanding correctly that there will be a new type of heat shield with the necessary modifications and repairs starting with Artemis 3 moving forward? Thanks.
The delay for Artemis 3 would have been from the existing plan of the mid-2027 to the end of 2028. That's Artemis 3.
Artemis 2 was a year. I believe Artemis 2 was about a year slip, maybe a little more, if we had to replace the heat shield.
Sorry, I was listening. I was listening to tsunami stuff. Basia, hold on. I can't rewind on NASA Plus.
The
because
second
it's
part
ass.
was in our decision path too. We'll go with the existing, and all future heat shields will incorporate the changes that Amit has described for permeability.
Wait a minute. Did I misunderstand? Rocket Guy, are you here, buddy? Did I misunderstand that? I thought they said they were changing the trajectory. Not necessarily a hardware modification. Did I miss something? I missed something. Sorry, guys. That's my fault. Okay. All right. I got my story straight. Cool. So they're modifying the trajectory for 2 and then changing the hardware for 3. Got it.
We'll go to Gina Sinceri from ABC.
This question's for Reed. How does your training flow change with this new information, if at all?
What? How does this what change? I didn't understand that. What did she say? Training flow. Oh, training. Oh, okay. I thought she said turning flow. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? How does your training flow change? There's schedule permeability here, guys. The entirety of the space program, guys, the entire training regime is based off of a launch date, right? This is why these launch dates are so important. You make a launch date and then everything scales to launch date. You have a datum to scale everything. So training flows, it's probably going to slow down, but it's going to scale to when he's needed.
Thanks for the question. It really allows us to just have focus now. We have a large decision behind us. A lot of the uncertainty has been removed, and we're wrapping things up on Orion. We were just, like I said, we were at the Cape in November looking at the spacecraft. It was in the vacuum chamber at the time, going through the environmental control life support testing. As that testing wraps up, I think from the crew perspective, we are really going to be digging in now into our
turning down the audio.
We've trained out most of our flight profile. We have not yet done ascent and entry training. We're waiting for the latest software load to do those training events in the Orion spacecraft. And once we get that done, we've hit all the core training fundamentals that we need. So for us, I would say in about 2 or 3 months, we'll really be able to start focusing on that last year prior to launch and getting all the day in the life activities complete. So it's just removal of that unknown with the heat shield now allows us to focus.
We'll go to Jackie Waddles from CNN.
I wouldn't count that as a correct answer for me, but yeah. I'm not an astronaut, so at least I tried.
Hi, folks. Thanks so much for doing this. So last time we had an update like this, I know the spacesuits and Starship were both listed as key projects that might hold up Artemis 3. I just wanted to circle back. Can you guys say whether that those two projects are still part of what's driving the schedule for Artemis 3, or if you feel like they're more back on track? And then on that end, I'd love to just get an update on the agency's view of Starship's progress. And, you know, as they're going into a critical design review next year, can you tell us a little bit about what that will entail and what NASA is hoping to see from the next few flights? Thanks so much.
I missed the first part of the question.
Let's see. I'll start. You know, all of our systems for Artemis 3 are driving the schedule. There are things we've learned on Artemis 3. Actually, the ECLSS, some of the ECLSS stuff has informed Artemis 2. We'll learn from Artemis 2. The crew module will still be a driver. The service module's down in Florida. But I think what you heard from the administrator and Pam and myself is all of our contractors have to deliver to the milestones that we have in the contract. I'm going to let Amit give some details beyond what I'm talking here.
The audio guy keeps turning down their audio, and I keep turning it up. And when I turn it up, the melon farmer turns it down again.
But every launch to me of Starship
it's happened like 3 times
because we need that launch to get to the next one. We have a critical milestone next year. Amit will talk about they still have to fly multiple times to do one of our missions. And that's critically important. They have to do the uncrewed demo, critically important. So for me, every launch is great, but each of those elements is important as well. Amit, you want to give some details on suits and prop transfer?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. The two major on the suit side, I guess Axiom's doing a great job. We've been to their factory recently. They have a great production line. You know, we have a pretty good command of the technology that's needed to make the suit work. It is a very difficult qualification problem and a manufacturing problem. You know, that's very tight geometry. The reliability standards that are levied on a suit like that is really challenging to meet, but you know they have some of the best experts in the world. A lot of them came from the agency and are helping them internal, and also we have tremendous insight there. So they've got some challenges, I think, but you know so far they've been very open with us about what they need, and we're working with them really well. But getting that life support system done, principally for the suit, and in particular there are some very unique components, high pressure oxygen regulators, et cetera, that we're really struggling with. Again, I mentioned earlier that our supply chains are so fragile, and a lot of these, the specifications on some of these components are so rigid, and they're rigid for a reason because of the reliability requirements that are needed. They're just hard to build, and we used to be able to build a lot of different entities used to be able to build these types of components, and we are running out of industry that can do that. And so that's become a pacing item on that side. On Starship, as I said, again, everyone's been following the incredible progress. It is absolutely the capability we need to be able to exploit as soon as we can. We're really excited to fly with them. We would love to be able to do something even sooner than Artemis 3 to demonstrate that capability, but we need to make sure we work with them that's credible. Reuse is essential to them. They've made tremendous progress on reuse. To me, the propellant transfer flight is really the most important milestone. I think propellant transfer to me is as important in terms of learnings as we had with Artemis 1. So, I consider that to be a major milestone in the program. Right now, they're on contract to do that here early in 2025. I know that they're working that really hard. There is going to be risks to that delivery, but when we can achieve that propellant transfer milestone, I think we'll have a lot of confidence as to how the rest of it is going to shake out. Of course, they do, as Jim said, have an uncrewed demonstration milestone in front of them as well, all the way down to the lunar surface. I mentioned to you earlier that as we started the program, one of the things that we did is we did a kind of integrated assessment of all the risks that in the baseline, and in that, even in the uncrewed demonstration milestone, SpaceX and NASA agreed to add a ascent demonstration from the lunar surface. We've never launched a liquid engine like that off the surface, certainly not one as powerful as Raptor. And, we have to make sure that we can condition the engine, get it chilled in the right way, and get it launched. And so that's going to be a huge milestone for us as well. But we're working really closely with them. Super excited. They're telling us everything they're doing. I think the next couple of flight tests, but their test program is moving, really fast. They're making changes to how things are stacked up all the time. And so right now, our current understanding is in a couple of flights, they will migrate to a block upgrade of the ship, which will give the ship the endurance to stay in orbit longer. And once we have that, we should be able to achieve many more orbital tests, including prop transfer.
In that.
Oh my gosh, I just hit the wrong button. So that's gonna get all screwed up. We're gonna miss a couple of questions. Did you hear what he said about industrial base? There's not a lot of people that can make these parts anymore. You hear what he said about that? Who do you think needs this industrial base? NASA needs it, right? Why do you think the industrial base is dried up? Well, maybe if we launched more, there'd be a bigger industrial base. Just saying. Anyway.
Closing that gap between the launches is going to come from when you're looking for billions of dollars in the continued congressional appropriations for this program moving forward.
I don't know who that was.
Yeah, so this is Jim Free. I'll give that a shot. I think what we've highlighted here is just one piece of the learning we've done from Artemis 1 to Artemis 2. And the heat, as I say, heat shield's one of those. We learned a lot about the vehicle performance. We learned a lot about things that happened on the service module and the crew module. We obviously would like that time to be shorter. I think some of the things that you've heard about manufacturing is important. We need to do better on our delivery. We're understanding the vehicle better. We have multiple vehicles in flow. I talked about Artemis 3, the environmental control life support system we found there, and forming 2. That put some delay in our schedule. Some of the electronic that we learned about.
Did it again.
So from our perspective, I respect what you're saying about our appropriations. From our perspective, our job is to get better. 6 years to 1, 4 years to 2. The confidence, the proof is in the pudding on the time from 2 to 3.
Shut up, Jim.
We learned the other thing I'll mention in exploration ground systems. We learned after 1 the damage to the pad that we didn't expect. So we've implemented changes in our design of the Mobile Launcher 1, which now is on Mobile Launcher 2 as well. We've incorporated that design there, those design improvements. So each time.
You hear that? That's why you build multiple mobile launchers. You don't build one mobile launcher and then maybe build another one later. You build multiple ones because you test the first one, and while you're building the second one, you can upgrade it as you go. If we had a third one, imagine what we'd learn.
We are feeding back the design. Every vehicle
I agree,
that's in
Helpish.
flow at the same time, we're feeding back into the design and manufacturing as well. So that 2 to 3 period, our plan is that 12 to 15 months, but we have to prove that. And but our goal right now is getting to a safe return of Reed and his crew on 2, and then pushing our way onto 3.
We'll go to Lauren Grush from Bloomberg.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my question. This is for Bill or for Pam. I just want to go back to the incoming potential administrator, Jared Isaacman. He's shared plenty of criticism of aspects of the Artemis program online. Are there concerns about the incoming administration team attempting to completely restructure the program? And what would you say to the new administrator if he is considering spearheading major cancellations of various programs within Artemis, particularly the cost-plus contracts? Thanks.
What does that have to do with Artemis 1's heat shield? Or Artemis 2's heat shield? And even if you consider this question somehow pertinent, how are they going to answer that question? Oh, we don't want them to cancel it. Please don't cancel it. Do you think they're going to do that?
Thanks.
I have not been concerned. What your question is? Your question is, are they going to axe the Artemis and insert the Starship? And
he's answering it.
First of all, there is one human-rated spacecraft that is flying and that has already flown beyond the moon farther than any other human-rated spacecraft. And that's the SLS combined with Orion. Secondly, this is a partnership. It's a commercial partnership. It's an international partnership. And by the way, back on your question on China, another indication there is the Artemis Accords. We're right at 50 nations having joined in the Artemis Accords, which is a common sense declaration of the peaceful uses of space. And I think what is going to happen over time is you're going to have a number of years that we're going to have the partners flying with NASA, and then whatever the technologies that are developed later on, that will dictate what is going to be the system that's flying. But in the immediate, we're going to have SpaceX flying for lander on the Artemis 3. Artemis 4 is going to be SpaceX, and Artemis 5 is going to be Blue Origin. And so I expect that this is going to continue, and I don't see the concern that your question raises, although it's a legitimate question, that you're suddenly going to have Starship take over everything.
We're going to take one last question from the phones, and then we'll come back to the room. So I'd like to turn it over to Philip Sloss from NASA Spaceflight.com.
Hey, Phil.
Thank you. I assume this is for Amit. Can you give us a little bit of an outline about the stacking schedule for SLS until Orion is ready for Artemis 2? And also there was a tanking test decision out there. And then also, in terms of the trajectory change to the reentry, how does that affect the launch availability for Artemis 2? Thanks.
Okay, great question. As I mentioned, we got aft assemblies done. So as soon as we walked out of the administrator's executive council today, we gave direction to the team at EGS to start moving the aft center segments over. So that'll start essentially tomorrow. the core stage is in the transfer aisle. It is processed. It gets shipped, as I said, back in July. We've done everything we can in the transfer aisle. We have built a new fixturing in High Bay 2. So we're going to do the lift on core stage 2 on the 10th, put it over in High Bay 2, and then start working on some of the closeouts and the applications there that we need to do. And then at that point, we're just going to go after the boosters. It's going to be all boosters probably for the next month or so, maybe a little bit longer, until we start getting that close, and then we'll push with the lift. So I think 3 to 4 months we can get the entire integrated vehicle up. That's again going to depend on making sure that we have the learning from Artemis 1. Some of that's challenging just because the teams have turned over, and but we've got a lot of those lessons incorporated. So I'm optimistic the team over there is ready to roll. I think the next question was on entry trajectories, overall timeline for the entry trajectory, what that's going to look like. Can you repeat the question one more time? Because I'm sorry, I want to make sure I get it right.
No problem. It was about how the change in the reentry trajectory would change your launch availability and your launch periods and the calendar for that.
Yeah, good. So in order to constrain yourself to 1775, you basically lose the tails of every launch window. Recall during Artemis 1 we had kind of repeating interval every 12 days, or every 12 days we had a 12-day window open. That's just strictly planetary geometry driven. If you at the front tails, back tails, you have to expose yourself to durations you don't want. So we're about 50% of the window is cut out, and then we have to overlay the other constraints. A lot of those constraints we're gonna push back on the same things we did during Artemis 1. We have a couple of launch azimuth and comm constraints that we can work on, but fundamentally 50%. Now that's going to make it hard to launch the vehicle. Incorporating the crew into the loading sequence also makes that we got to be really careful about that. We have a lot of data about crew time on back and how to make sure we mitigate that while we're loading these types of cryogens, and so that's something we understand. But at some level, even though it's a tighter window, a little bit more difficult to handle, I actually think it's a good challenge for the team, because as before, getting our launch probability up, getting to a point where we can do dual launch, and we can hit an HLS that's in a particular orbit and do that kind of concurrent rendezvous is going to be, it's super important to us to get that capability. So I want us to accept the challenge of, even though it's a tighter window, let's make sure we can hit it, and we're going to practice it. I think there was a question also in there about tanking test. There is a configuration depending on when the spacecraft is delivered over to the ground systems program from the Lockheed Industrial Zone, where we could roll kind of a shortened version of the stack to the pad. Again, we did a lot of checkouts at the mobile launcher while it was at Pad B, flowing hydrogen from the new assets that we have. So we know that up to the pad itself, we're pretty good. But there's nothing like putting the ML and the core stage and potentially even the ICPS in communication with the cryogenic systems ahead of time. So if it turns out we have a little bit more time to process the vehicle and the stack is ready, I think it's the right thing to do to get the stack out to Pad B and tank up. We get a lot of operational experience that way. We'll have a lot of confidence in the sealing surfaces, and then we can roll back, accept Orion, and go back out again. The other thing we did between Artemis 1 and 2 is, you recall, we had a lot of discussion about FTS batteries and the clocks that are started there. As one of the learnings from Artemis 1, we've developed a contingency pad access capability where we can recycle and reset those flight termination systems clocks while at the pad, don't have to roll back.
Oh, that's
huge.
huge.
And then also we can do, for example, engine section work and a handful of other things. So our endurance at the pad will be better as well to increase that launch capability.
That's a big deal. That's super cool.
All right, we have time for just a couple more in the room, but let's go right here in front.
Hi, David Smith of The Guardian. Just a question for Administrator Nelson. Just interested in your thoughts on Elon Musk and his prominent role in the upcoming administration. On the one hand, are you expecting positive benefits in terms of
Guardian moment,
accelerating goals for the moon and even Mars, or on the other, do you worry that his Department of Government Efficiency could could affect NASA with cutbacks, and are there potential conflicts of interest?
Well, understand that I am an optimist by nature, but in this particular case, I think that the relationship between Elon Musk and the president-elect is going to be a benefit to making sure that the funding for NASA is there. So I see that as a positive. Now, to what degree, I just can't speculate on his Doge effort of cutting throughout the government. I can't speculate on that. But I also know that Elon Musk, as I have said many times to the question, am I concerned about his political activities? Elon Musk has given the authority to run SpaceX to Gwynne Shotwell, and she has been excellent. And of course, the proof's in the pudding. Look what they've done with commercial crew and commercial cargo to and from the International Space Station. So I have every reason to think that that relationship will continue, that her operation of SpaceX will continue as it has been. So I'm basically optimistic about the future for NASA under the new administration.
We'll go up front row on the left.
You know what bothers me? Bill is so damn good at navigating these dang waters. He really is. Like, gotta give credit where credit is due. If they had actually given that dude something to do over the last 4 years, he could do good things, man. It's frustrating, but yeah.
Thanks.
Hi, this is perhaps for Amit, but yeah, with regards to the heat shield, just as a, in terms of lay people's understanding, it's sometimes hard to understand that this could be done 50 years ago and it's causing such a problem now. How does the damage or the erosion observed on the Orion heat shield compare to what was experienced with the Apollo Command Module's heat shield? And are there any specific design insights that you can sort of glean from that? And for Administrator Nelson, just following up from my colleague a moment ago, obviously you've spoken warmly about Jared Isaacman, and you've congratulated him. And obviously he brings a lot of qualities to the job. But are you at all concerned about potential for conflicts of interest given his significant ties and investment with SpaceX and the fact that he's publicly spoken out against having.
Yeah, no, there's no conflict of interest. He divested. He's not divested. Shift 4, his company owns stock in SpaceX, private stock in SpaceX. He is not the CEO of Shift 4 anymore. He's just he's a regular shareholder. There's no conflict of interest. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Dual sourcing for the lunar lander systems. Thank you.
Okay, well, let me answer your second question first. We have contracts with 2 companies for landers. As long as we're a nation of the rule of law, those contracts are going to be operative. And we expect those companies to perform on their contracts. So I think you have to judge your question of concern given the circumstances that we have. I think that answers your question.
Amit, do you want to add to that?
Amit, did you hear the heat shield question? Why could we do this during Apollo, but not 50 years later?
So on the Apollo question, really good. I mean, this is kind of how we, like I said, links in the air chain. One thing Apollo did differently and continued to do was they recognized that this spallation phenomenon was important. They also recognized that if you lost that material, which they did, I don't have the exact corporate memory, but even during Mercury Gemini 2, that this is something they were worried about. What they did to arrest that problem during Apollo is they, instead of using the block geometry that we have on Orion, they used a honeycomb material over the carrier structure on the heat shield. And so that honeycomb, it essentially was a titanium honeycomb, and that basically provided mechanical separation between the different parts of the ablative material. So you could crack and you could spall, but it wouldn't propagate across the acreage. The formulation of that and the manufacturing of that was extremely tedious. It took a lot of very kind of highly skilled, very sort of minute labor, and but Apollo had an industrial base. The country had an industrial base that could do that kind of work. We tried to do that on EFT-1. That's exactly the formulation we did. But because of the changes in the material and also because of the size of the Orion acreage, it turns out that the way the structure was flexing and all sorts of other things just made that application process extremely difficult. So they were able to do it for EFT-1, but after that they decided it's too challenging. Let's see if we can use the advanced analytical techniques and other things we've developed since then to go to an easier manufacturing geometry, but then let's go work on what that looks like in terms of its interaction with the environment. So that is kind of the traceability of from Apollo to today.
Changing heat shield geometry like that is not. Yeah, I don't really like that decision. Switching to a block geometry heat shield is... Why? What? I didn't know that. I don't know why you'd do that, but... So, basically, EFT-1, it was an Orion mission that launched in 2014, right? Where they tested the heat shield, right? That EFT-1 mission, they basically made a copy of the Apollo heat shield. And it performed good, but they decided to change the design. That's what he just said. They changed the design to a block geometry heat shield. So, if you played Kerbal, you look at the heat shield in Kerbal, it looks like a bunch of like puzzle pieces all fit together in a cylindric shape. That's what he's talking about. The Apollo heat shield was not made that way. The Apollo heat shield was made, it kind of looks like a beehive, almost. And you know how like bees make the beehive and then they fill the honeycombs, right, with honey, right? In this particular case, they filled the honeycomb with Avcoat or ablator, right? So the cracking that happened on this heat shield, right, is happening because they deemed the way that Apollo made it, because of lack of an industrial base, like I said, hadn't made it in 50 years. Remember when I said that a couple minutes ago? They deemed it as too complicated. So they tried to, they opted for a simpler manufacturing method and then tested it again for Artemis 1 and it didn't work. Okay. I don't think that's the best idea, but that's really not a good way to do that. Now, why? You know, you're going to opt for a heat shield that you can manufacture better. And that's all fine and dandy, right? That's all fine and dandy, but dude, I could have told you were going to find something wasn't going to work the same way. You know why? Because the whole point of building something like Orion was you're building something like the Apollo capsule. You're building the whole point for using Orion Avcoat with Orion's heat shield is because you're building something like Apollo, because you should go with what you know. But 10 years ago, after EFT-1, it seems like we divested from that whole go with what you know thing because it was too hard. So we opted for an easier to manufacture heat shield, and then now it doesn't work. That's weird. Correction, likely too expensive. Wisp. So here's the thing. Likely too expensive. I suppose if you want to make that point, that's fair. see, here's that thing. There's a thing about this. There's a thing, you know, it's too expensive comparatively to the Apollo heat shield, right? But see, here's that whole thing. The Apollo heat shield works. Yeah, it works. Remember that whole part where it brought the people back home and it splashed down and it works. So why would you divest away from something that works? Oh, it's too hard to manufacture. That Look, if Orion was flying once a year, if they did another EFT flight after EFT1, did EFT2, EFT3, EFT4, put it on a Falcon Heavy, did that, sure. Maybe I would be okay with this different manufacturing, but dude, you're putting people on the next flight. Like, because of the lack of flights, I could have told you that changing it, but the decision that I would have made is figure out a better way to manufacture it. Not figure out a better way, figure out a better way to optimize the Avcode honeycomb insertion process. Like, not just, switch it to a block because that's easier. No, you try to figure out a way to use the technology that works and make it better. Well, I'm not sure who, I want to know who made that decision. I don't think it was him, but. So you're telling me you wasted an SLS core to test the heat shield? Yeah, it seems kind of dumb in hindsight to have Artemis 1 be basically a test for a redesigned heat shield. Guys, this is what I mean about technical constraints. NASA can only put Orion so many times into space. There's only so many opportunities of testing. And because of this, rebaselining your entire heat shield, I mean, no wonder it took so freaking long. And see, here's the thing. This is the thing about aerospace. You still have to test. You have to corroborate it with flight data. So they took the flight data that they had from EFT1 and made a decision based off that and basically threw all that flight data completely out the window. And they rebaselined the heat shield. That's not the smart...
We have time for one last question.
That's not a good way
so
to
we'll
do
do
that.
in the middle, in the back row.
It's not.
Hi, Michael Greshko, Scientific American. Thank you all very much for being here and answering all of our questions. This is a question, I think, for Amit and Reed. Amit, you said in some of your comments earlier that you were exploring ways to make Artemis 2 a more robust mission and to pull some of the objectives forward ahead of Artemis 3. I think, Administrator Nelson, you hinted at some of this with proximity operations. Could you elaborate on some of the options you're exploring to make Artemis 2 more robust and to, I guess, make the subtext text? Are you all exploring including proximity operations with Starship, between Starship and Orion for Artemis 2? And to include Reed in this, what does kind of an expanded scope of the Artemis 2 mission mean for you and your crew as you all train for the next 18 months?
Yeah, so this to me, the first thing we would try for sure, because, and again, we need to do a lot of work with our friends at SpaceX to see kind of what the art of the possible is here. But for me, the biggest bang for the buck will be to get both vehicles uphill at some point in the same interval. That's super important. Whether we can steer them close to each other, depending on the orbital constraints, et cetera, depending on a lot of other different things, that might be challenging. I want to mitigate that challenge by also developing ground test capability. So if we're worried about, for example, software interaction or the radio frequency link between the two, or all those sorts of things that you get worried about when you fly close to another vehicle, I would love to test that on the ground as much as I can. But if we can get, just a few ideas. I mean, if Starship can be in an Earth orbit, if it can be in a lunar orbit, we could even do parallel circumlunar flight. Those are all possibilities, but we need to go, think really hard about what that looks like. But again, to pull some of that forward, even the exercise of choreographing that, having the comm there, having all of that fit together would be, I think incredibly useful. Now, to be clear, we are planning on doing that already, and we have to do that for Artemis 3. So, this is not new work. So I'm not worried that, for example, there's going to be a lot of discussion about this is some unusual, decision to engage in this. I just want to try and get as much of that done as quickly as possible. And the more we bring and start exploiting the capability that they're building over there as fast as we can, the better we can do it. Now, it's super important to recognize that normally, in order for us to do these sorts of operations, we would want to insert in some kind of stable orbit and do a lot of different checkouts, et cetera. That we're not doing that for Artemis 2. The spacecraft is a circumlunar free return vehicle. We have got to keep it that way in order to make sure that we're respecting the constraints we developed in order to mitigate this issue. But other than that, I think just bringing the teams together, even operationally, all of that is a huge value, and we would start with that. But again, that's something I think we should come back and talk about once we have a better plan. But right now, really what I'm trying to communicate is we need to think of every option we can to bring those objectives in to maximize the success of Artemis 3. I mean, the approach we've taken here, in big chunks, is not to just look at the next mission in front of us. It's to look at the end, with the end in mind. What is that end objective? And getting the learning done as fast as we can. We talk a lot about, you guys have all pulled on different schedule constraints and things we're worried about, locally with particular valves or particular subsystems. For us, the biggest mistake that I've seen is we end up becoming focused on what we believe is a critical path item. What we believe is, this thing is definitely going to be the one that causes us to be delayed. In my experience, I think a lot of us that have done this before, the pacing item in a test activity this complicated is the unknown. The unknown is what is pacing us. So the more we learn, doesn't matter how we do it, the more we're going to get the confidence that the mission's going to be successful. And I'll hand back to Tano.
I agree. You hear what he said, and he's right. He's right. That's what I've been saying. You got to leverage as many at this particular point in this space program. You got to leverage as many opportunities as you can to learn as much about Orion, or anything that has to do with the Artemis architecture. If I'm understanding the gist of what he said correctly, it means fly more. Use as many resources as you can to retire risk for this complicated mission architecture. And that doesn't come from launching once a year or less.
Thanks, Amit. Amit and I talk about this topic all the time. We always want to look for ways to exploit new technology, new capabilities that even 5 years ago seemed like they were a bit out of reach, that are now in reach. So we are lockstep on that. From the crew perspective, I think I'll just say three quick things. First, every single day that this crew comes to work, we are focused on a successful Artemis 2, 3 good mains. That is what we want. We want a splashdown off the California coast successfully. But we talk about what is success for us, and it is enabling Artemis 3. And that allows us to come in every day and look beyond Artemis 2. What are we doing today to help enable humans on the moon? That is what we all want. We will cheer louder than anybody when our friends are walking on the moon, of course. So that is a huge focus for us. The second thing I wanted to say is each one of the 6 of us, myself, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, and Jenny and Andre, we all have batons, like relay race batons, metal batons sitting on each of our desks. And they are there as a symbol of that, of coming back from Artemis 2 and handing those batons to Artemis 3 and saying, it's your turn, go. And then we want 3 to come back and continue that tradition. So it really is at the front of our brains. And then the last thing I'll say is kind of a joke, and Pam will definitely get this, but you're going to ask an astronaut to do more on their mission? Bring it on. That is what we live for. We are ready.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you for joining us today. Stay tuned for more information on NASA's Artemis campaign at nasa.gov/Artemis, and have a great afternoon. Thank you.
What do you think? Well, guys, I think it's important. I mean, it's important to understand that these problems are not happening because the problems are symptomatic from overall having terrible architecture. You know, you're having it's just terrible architecture. I could have told you that flying the spacecraft once, you know, and then putting people on the second flight. I mean, that is not the best way to do your testing. It really isn't, especially for, you know, an organization that preaches the gospel of safety. You know what I mean? That's not safe at all. I could have told you this in 2017, and I did. I said that on Space News all the time. These problems are symptomatic of that overarching thing, and that's what I'm talking about. You have to. This whole thing needs to be revamped. You're not, but like, here's the thing: that you're not going to fix the. You're not going to fix this. It's not going to take a month to fix this. These problems are happening, as Amit said, these problems are happening from decisions 10 years ago. Decisions 15 years ago, you know, with the heat shield. That's why this is happening. These are decisions, they're ripple effects. I mean, this is why I said canceling Constellation, we're still reeling from that, and we're going to be reeling from that. As long as the further we go into this architecture without changing it, you're going to feel the effects of it. I don't think funding needs to be increased, Hellfish. You're saying many of them need to be fired. I don't know, dude. It's something that I kind of noticed with Bill, like over the last 4 years. I thought he was okay, and then there was a period of time where I really didn't like him. And then, you know, you get to this point. It's very clear that Bill is good at what he does. He's a pretty damn good politician. He's good at playing the political field like that, right? But I think the more and more I look at this, more in retrospect that we have this, it very much seems like he really wasn't given anything to do. It was just status quo stuff, and he can do that. That's fine. But I can't help but think that if you challenged him and give him something to do, we could be a lot further. Eric just posted an article about Jared and his weird line. Multiple sources have told ours that the SLS rocket, which has long had staunch backing from Congress, is now on the chopping block. No final decisions have been made. I'm telling you, they're renegotiating contracts. What was the presser about? Remo, they delayed Artemis 2 to May of 2026, and they delayed Artemis 3 to 2027. Like I said, guys, these delays at this point in time are needed. You can't screw around with your heat shield, you know, especially when you're putting 4 meat bags on board. They're not meat bags. You're putting four souls on board. At this point, you can't. You got to figure that stuff out. There also seem to be some. There also seems to be other things with Orion that they're still figuring out. They've solved the problems of the battery shorting out during launch abort. And there's also the environmental control and life support system testing that needs to be concluded. Orion's life support systems are inadequate for a mission like Artemis 3, which is supposed to be Orion's baseline mission. I don't know. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense to me either. I don't get it. Once again, a ripple effect from this basically awful flight regime. Guys, I don't mean to. I'm usually not cynical about this, and I don't mean to bring people down. It's good to learn about this stuff. I learned a ton about heat shields from Amit right there. That's great. This is why I listen to these press conferences. It's really cool. Listening to the engineers talk about this stuff is so fascinating. That spark, that NASA intrigue is still there when you listen to them talk. You know, which is cool. It just, yeah. Rocky guy, what'd you say? I'd like to think it can go faster, but this one isn't really a good issue to go faster on for the sake of saving schedule. Yeah, Rocket, you can't screw around with the heat shield. The truth of the matter is that this problem would have been solved with an Ares 1. It would have been solved with an Ares 1. Would that have been more expensive? Maybe. Hard to say that in hindsight for how the SLS program turned out, right? You would have solved this because with Constellation, you sent it to orbit. You sent Orion to orbit first. They would have learned way more about block heat shield technology. But I mean, Rocket guy, I'll tell you what, dude. Switching to the blocked Avcoat from the uniform honeycomb because it was too hard to manufacture is. I wouldn't have done that. Well, then again, I don't work for NASA. I don't think that was the smartest decision. I'll say again, I really wish they would have Artemis 2 be uncrewed, the uncrewed flight test 2. Should have been that way back, but here we are now. Yeah, exactly. Got to look forward and accept the changes that we can't change. So Rocket Guy, at this point, dude, my big thing, is how do NASA said we're going to be safe. They said we're going to be safe. We're going to be safe. But you've put yourself into a position where on the books right now, you maybe have 2 more flights of Orion. One of them has to be a moon landing. So you're forcing yourself into an architecture. You're forcing yourself into a position where your hardware is your constraint here, not scheduling, not safety. Your hardware is the biggest constraint. There are time limits. There's a shelf life on those SRBs. There's shelf lives on other components. What if the heat shield what if they don't have all of Orion's problems figured out by then? They talked about having leeway between missions, scheduling, leeway between missions to take into account this kind of stuff. Well, in this particular case, you're out of leeway. You don't have any more, right? Block heat shields are used on Mars landers. Yeah, that's a completely different thing. It's not the same ablator as Avcoat, dude. Does Orion not get used after Artemis 3? I'm confused. No, it can get used after Artemis 3, but those missions aren't on the books. I mean, they kind of are. They're starting to make parts. They're starting to make parts of them, but until the EUS comes around, Artemis 4 might as well be a pipe dream. I said this earlier, but one thing I really hope Rook brings forward to NASA, if accepted, is that leadership, no-nonsense, business-oriented oversight. I would like to see what NASA could do if they use more business-style mentality and running, which Rook certainly has experience with. I mean, yeah. I would say that Rook needs, you got to understand that NASA isn't Shift 4. NASA isn't SpaceX. It's not the same entity. You can't run it completely like a business, right? But the system can be leveraged to work like a business. It did during the Apollo program. We seem to have no issues there. Yeah, I agree. I'd say you don't want to go full business with NASA because then, you don't want to go, then you just made a duplicate of SpaceX, right? But then again, that's kind of what we want, but you also don't want to do whatever this is. It's just, yeah. Artemis 2 needs to be a full up test, full up life support, full flight test. Yeah, it is. It is. How come NASA does not pay SpaceX to make them a heat shield made from pica? Pica doesn't work very well from trans-Earth injection, Raj. If it did, they would have used it. But see, this is what I mean about going with what you know. You know, where they talked about more complicated architecture, 2 landers, lots of refueling. That's a lot of stuff to coordinate. You're coordinating a gigantic industrial base there. And that's fine. We can do it. But at the end of the day, that's going to take longer to do. If we, you know, Bill said, you know, oh, we're in a race against China. Basically, we're in a race against China. China does not, oh, we don't have to worry about it because China's not going to get there until the 2030s. Well, first of all, like, space races, historically speaking, don't prove to be very sustainable in the long run. They don't. So is it urgency or is it sustainability? Which one is it? Are we space racing or are we not? I don't think we should. I think we should. I don't think we need a space race to justify a bigger space program, right? A more robust space program that actually gets us further. We don't need a reason, right? Like we should just be doing it. It should be self-evident, the reasons. It shouldn't be out of adversarial motivations. That's not good. That's not very sustainable. Exactly. A goal-oriented unifying vision and realignment could be good to stop the seemingly desperate headbutting NASA centers are doing now. Rocket Guy, I agree. That's basically been what I've been saying. This infighting stuff, this being forced to choose, this balance, you know, like that we have to, you know, this balancing act that we have to run is ridiculous. It's ending up basically forcing NASA into stagnation. War sells, and this is war against China. Yeah, peace does too. For what it's worth, Mike, you can do both of those things. We shouldn't need a reason, you know, but I guess that's something that's more publicly digestible. Yeah, RN. I mean, if we want to compare ourselves against China, they're pretty ahead in terms of what a government space program can do. The private sector is basically bailing out NASA at this point, and I've always said I don't really like that. He sells, but who's buying? It's a good song, man. You would think getting more knowledge, understanding, and trying to help humanity and Earth would be more than enough. It is, Raj. It is. That's something I think a lot, at least everyone in this country, in the United States, could get behind, you know? Do you see what I mean? Hopefully this puts some context into why I say SLS needs to be expanded. NASA needs, you need to completely realign everything. It's a mess and it needs to be cleaned up. I can't stand it that NASA is this fragmented. It's really hard to watch and it's frustrating. It's gross to see NASA go up there and just make excuse after excuse about delay after delay, you know, like, and they're not excuses. I get it, but it's just hard to watch, man. This needs to be fixed. It needs to be rectified. And your solution here isn't just commercializing everything. That's not a fix. That's a Band-Aid on a much bigger problem. But, yeah. Did learn a lot about heat shields, though. Yeah, permeation, gas permeation in the heat shield. That's cool. It's good. It's cool to learn this stuff. I had this feeling we're going to do a one and done for the moon this time, just so NASA could say, yep, we did it again. Well, I don't think so, goalie. We could keep going on this trajectory. It'll get done eventually, but I told you guys there is going to be a day of reckoning. The day of reckoning is when Starship gets a human rating certification. Give me 1 second. There's going to be a day of reckoning when Starship gets human rating certification. We keep going on our trajectory. They said one landing, a lunar landing in 2027. My money, from what I can tell, from all the technical data that I've absorbed here, my money is on Starship getting a human rating certification before the end of this decade. And that makes Orion basically, it makes it totally redundant. Now, once again, I don't necessarily have a problem with redundancy, but not only does it doesn't just make Orion redundant. That means SpaceX can get somebody to the surface of the moon with Starship, and NASA can't without a commercial lander. That day of reckoning could be catastrophically bad for NASA because people in Congress who don't seem to understand what NASA does, right? They'll just be like, nope, on the chopping block. Screw this. We don't need this. Just Starship. It's cheaper. Yeah, because those people are the hallmarks of being fiscally conservative, right? Nice try. It's just, that's a problem. NASA needs to have a redundant capability. They need to have their own way to get to the surface. Because if they don't do that in time, if you do not do that in time, Starship will just eclipse what you're doing, and then there's going to be no reason for NASA to exist. That would be catastrophically bad. Now, why would it be catastrophically bad? You are taking billions of dollars out of the commercial space market inadvertently by doing that. It will cause a ripple effect in the industry, absolutely. That would be catastrophically bad. I don't care what anybody says. Yeah, I get it. The people that are saying like, oh, we're funding SLS and it doesn't do anything, that's still money towards the aerospace sector. That's still money towards building out an industrial base, building out the technical capability to do this, and the scientific knowledge to do it as well, right? If that goes away, you are looking at a catastrophic recession in dollar amount spent on the space program. There's no conceivable scenario where that doesn't end poorly. What, in your opinion, should NASA do in the short term so Artemis can continue on a linear path instead of delay because of the problems? The SLS contracts need to be completely reorganized at this point. The whole thing needs to be completely rebaselined. Dude. Changing the heat shield after flight tests? What are you doing? Who thought that was a good idea? Oh, it's too hard to manufacture? Does that sound like NASA to you? Oh, it's too hard to manufacture it that way. Sorry, we can't do that anymore. No, that right there is that is a losing mentality right there. That is the reason why you have all these damn problems. The whole thing, okay, so here's the thing. I do not mind SLS. SLS is fine. The hardware's there. It's clearly not the bottleneck anymore. They're ready to go. They started stacking. I don't really understand why you started stacking for a mission 18 months into the future. I don't really get why you would do that. But they did. They're started stacking. They're going to start working on SRBs. That core should be basically built probably by the end of Q1, or that stack should be pretty much built by the end of Q1, maybe into Q2 next year for a mission. And the mission's still going to be a year out. SLS isn't the problem. What I mean when I say that it needs to be rebaselined, I'm saying take what you have right now, right? And start moving those contracts over into fixed price contracts. Right now, SLS is still a development contract. Why is it a development contract for the core stage? The core stage is built. All future versions of SLS will have that core stage. Why is it still in development? You need a fixed price from here. You need a fixed price block buy like they did with the Apollo program. Can you imagine anyone saying, oh, it's too hard during a meeting years ago during the Apollo program? Yeah, no, that's gross. Yeah, well, it's not 1985 to now, Wisp. It's 1972 to now, but yes. Yeah, that's what I was saying. What bothers me about the heat shield issue is that after decades of development, instead of leveraging the... I saw what you said, Aqualex, but yeah, I'll repeat it now. They try to caveman it. I don't get it. Why? Who made that decision? SLS is stacking because they think Jared will change everything. Yeah, Starship, I hope so, man. I hope so. They probably started stacking because it probably triggers a payment milestone. Yeah, Pete, yep. Yeah, it's too hard. That's what I mean, Reaver. It's too hard. Are you kidding me right now? You're NASA. What do you mean it's too hard? Figure out a freaking way to do it. What? No, Aqualex, I didn't say it out loud. I didn't say it out loud because I didn't want to talk over the press conference, but I saw what you said, dude. Yeah. No, you're not wrong. Like, it's too hard? Are you kidding me? Do you see how badly this reads? And they try to say they're doing it under the guise of safety. Yeah, of course you're doing it under the guise of safety because you don't have a choice here. You don't have a choice. It has to be safety because if you tried to fly this thing, if you tried to fly it in 2025, you'd probably get somebody killed. Unless you had some drastic freaking changes, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Linux, 52-month resub. 4.25 years and counting. Will Starship launch be in January? Signs are pointing towards that. Yep. Vegas C live stream starts in 30 minutes. All right. If you said it's too hard in a SpaceX meeting, you would be gone. Yeah, you'd get fired. Exactly. How long does it take to test a heat shield? Well, that's the problem, Coltech. You can't test a heat shield down here sufficiently. The best way to test a heat shield is to do that. That's the best way to test the heat shield. Does it make more sense, Coltech, why, going back to, your old screen name, when we had these conversations like 8 or 9 years ago where I said you need Constellation, you need this, it needs to, you need something like Ares 1 or a commercial thing to test this heat shield enough, or else you're going to run into these problems. Remember how I said that we're trading on the Apollo program's expertise when most of the Apollo engineers are dead? You can't trade on past merit. Hey, the Patriots have won 6 Super Bowls. Does that make them a good football team right now? Absolutely not. Why does NASA think they can do that? Himself admitted that there's no industrial base for a project like this. Well, yeah, Limo, I know about Liftoff. I know about Eric's books. Yeah, Elon's great. He's a great manager. He doesn't take no for an answer. That's the kind of mentality that you need to win at doing spaceflight, or at least get better at it. That's why we see this. Yeah, Wintersight, that's a Steelers fan. I resemble that remark. Hey, yeah, where's your 7th Super Bowl? But doesn't SpaceX also believe in safety? Safety is always priority. Yeah, exactly, Starship. That's what I'm saying. They're sitting there trying to be virtuous about, safety. When safety is not the reason you delayed this. If you wanted to be safe, you would have tested the heat shield more. Just saying. It's on the way, okay? Yeah, you're rebuilding, just like we are, geek. Quick question. Can you breathe liquid oxygen? No. I don't know how you can breathe liquid, Graham. That's usually bad. Breathing water is bad for you. So breathing LOX would be really bad for you. Can we talk about Jim Free's comments on high cadence? Phil, what the heck is that guy talking about? He's talking about the insistence on high cadence. What high cadence? What the hell do you mean? What are you talking about, man? I don't get it. Are we really saying that 50 years of technical advances cannot replicate or better 60s, 70s capabilities? No, we're not saying that, Outer Limits. That's what they said. He really went there and said that. The thing that gets me about this is that they had Orion I didn't know this. Guys, I didn't know this. I'm sorry. I don't know everything, right? I didn't know that EFT-1, the Orion EFT-1 heat shield was basically a copy of the Apollo heat shield. And it worked fine. It worked fine. They looked at a heat shield that worked excellent and said, no, we're not going to do this. It's too hard to make. Yeah, keep coping, geek. Lockheed is doing the heat shield Linux. I think he also said there were some issues because of the larger size. Yeah, so well, Phil, so that's what I mean. Because of your crappy testing regime and your infrequency of flights, it might have been, it's obviously, maybe it's the right decision to rebaseline your heat shield. Don't you think you should test it again? They said, yeah, don't worry about it. We'll test it on Artemis 1. And then it didn't work. It didn't work to their expectations because they didn't test it. So now you have, that's what I mean. This is what I mean about the architecture. The overall architecture, the way this is all set up is setting you up for failure. You're setting yourself up for failure. I don't mean to be candid about this, right? You are setting yourself up for failure because your first test flight, which was supposed to validate the heat shield design, you rebaselined it from there. So you said, no, we're not going to do that. So you rebaselined your heat shield, and now Artemis 1 is your heat shield test flight. So Artemis 1 is your heat shield test flight, and your heat shield did something you didn't understand. So now you have to make those fixes. The problem is your next flight, because Orion can't launch on anything else because we never built an Ares 1 for it or anything, right? Now your next flight is the one that has people on it, and you don't have a choice because the third one needs to land on the moon. So you have no choice at this point but to push it out even further. You have no choice. That's what I mean. Dude, NASA's overall integrated mission strategy over the next 15 years is full of crap like this. And unless something really changes, if you think it's bad now, well, guess what? It's going to get worse later. There's still a bajillion unknown unknowns out there. A bajillion of them. Remember, you're going to have this capsule that frankly, we don't, there's not the highest of the highest confidence with the thing right now. They have problems with the batteries. They have problems with the ECLS, the life support systems. You kind of need those. Pretty sure the last time we went to the moon, problems with the ECLS were almost killed 3 crew. Remember that whole Apollo 13 thing? That's kind of important, right? It's full of stuff like this. It's not robust enough. It's just not. You think it's bad now. What kills me is that we've been basically just happy with this for like the past 10 to 15 years. Like everyone's like, oh yeah, this is how it should be. No. And top it all off, Boeing has problems with helium. Helium? What are you talking about, Willie? Life support goes into the square hole. Somebody said that in the YouTube chat too. Could it be possible to use SpaceX to test the heat shield for heat shields? Well, Stormtrooper, if I was Isaacman, that's what I would do. I would leverage the commercial market to get Orion into space to revalidate its heat shield. Now, the problem here is that you don't have enough. Now Lockheed doesn't have enough Orions. They have a processing flow because they're... Why would they have a spare Orion lying around? So now you have to renegotiate that contract too. So trying to come up with an interim fix here is going to, now you have to, there's no way to go in and do this without changing procurement for contracts, timeline scheduling, milestones. That's what I mean. There's no way to do it without basically, you've tied yourself into a corner here contractually. There's no way to get out of it without basically refactoring the entire contract, like the entire program, which is why my mind has been defaulting to. Don't pull the rug out from the entire program. That would be insanely stupid. Don't cancel the entire thing. Do you know why? There's no way that is happening without drastic repercussions. Do you know how I know? When they did that exact thing before with the Constellation program, we got this boondoggle of a program called SLS as a reaction. Equal and opposite reactions. You can't pull funding from NASA's entire human spaceflight program just because, we don't need that. Commercial is better. Can't do that. There's significant repercussions here. I really hope that Jared Isaacman knows this. I'm pretty sure he does. Because he works in financial transactions. He definitely knows this, and he's a pilot, and he's a spacecraft commander. He definitely knows this. This is why I've always said, like, everyone's like, oh, he's going to cancel it. No, he's not. The whole contracting structure needs to be refactored. You need to, no, you need to rebaseline it. Not the hardware. The hardware is good. Well, with the exception of Orion's heat shield, but you need to work in an architecture that's going to support a higher flight cadence to make sure that these unknown unknowns get retired. You want the unknown unknowns to become known unknowns. You want your heat shield to work. Flight data is clearly your driver of heat shield design in this regard. After EFT-1, they changed the design. After Artemis 1, they've changed the design again. Flight data is clearly your driver for making a better heat shield. So fly it more. Find a way to fly it more. You can't do that without renegotiating a bunch of contracts that are in place. That's what Rook needs to do. He needs to do that. NASA needs to shift more towards being run like a business. Not fully, because that's not what NASA does. It's not SpaceX. You got to shift it back. Plus, just flying the heat shield on only commercial systems doesn't guarantee you get value added data for this particular problem. Rocket Guy, that's why I said that one of those renegotiations needs to be a block buy for SLS. And here's the big one is here's what I mean, dudes. Okay, let's get real for a second. If I was in charge of this, I would basically, I wouldn't stop development on stuff, but I'd slow development on everything and put all your development money into building out a base to get that EUS going. Because the real problem here is that you can only test Orion 1 to 2 more times. Could you put Orion on Falcon Heavy? Sure. Now you have to start rebaselining things because Falcon Heavy can't put Orion all the way up into space, but you could maybe launch it with a half-field service module or something. But if you're doing that, now you're using an Orion and a service module for that. Now you need more Orions. So now you have to go to Lockheed and say, we need more Orions. Or use one that's already off the shelf and redesign it. You could do that, but once again, renegotiation, right? Or you could put Orion on New Glenn or something. Go to Jeff. Jeff's not going to be like, yes, I would not like to make more money, please. No, that's what he wants. He wants crew launching on his rocket. So use New Glenn to do that. New Glenn could put that thing into an EFT-1 style trajectory and reuse the first stage. If I'm understanding this right, 45 metric tons, Leo, Orion's 26. That's enough for a high orbit to sufficiently test your heat shield permeation in this regard. Sure. That I am not certain of, because only there are a lot of additional things one must do and manage for any kind of space launch, and no guarantee for the right testing conditions. On the ground, you have much more control, so at this point, it requires a significant trade study. Well, not saying we shouldn't do that either. The point is that you got to refactor everything. It's what you were saying. It's what you were saying before, dude, about you want Isaacman to go in there and start not rolling heads, but change the culture of how everything works, because it needs to. It needs to. Dude, did anybody look happy during that damn press interview except for the engineer guy and Reed? Did anybody else look happy? They were just, we got to move it out to this. Sorry, that block was the Coltex last, not what you were saying there. Oh, okay, cool. Got you. That's what I mean. We're paying. This is what I mean about ripples. The ripple effect from getting rid of Constellation. Constellation was good architecture. It would have worked, and it would have been fine. They would have been a little bit behind schedule, but I'll take a little bit behind schedule in a nice working good architecture over whatever the hell this is. Even on the hardware side, I fear that low flight cadence has been indirectly baked in for sustainability, Phil. Yeah, absolutely. Was there any goodness in this live stream? I learned a ton about heat shield permeation, and I hope you guys did too. Goalie, I'm sure that it could be done, but like, yeah, I'm sure that it could. You could probably do a trade study into figuring it out, pay SpaceX to do it, and get it done. But by the time you get all that done, it's just going to launch on Artemis 2 anyway. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know, dude. Like, I just keep thinking in the back of my mind that if this doesn't get fixed sooner rather than later, Congress will just see NASA as useless. And if they do, yeah, I mean, at least, you know, like the good news here is that I'm really happy that SpaceX is hell bent on getting to Mars and pioneering out all these technologies. That's great. At least we got something. I just don't. I like my entire thesis on this is just, like, why should we be happy with just that? It doesn't have to be that way. Yeah, Hellfish, that'd be nice, but you don't want to go on a witch hunt here either. Sorry, guys. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It just seems to be a recurring problem over every press conference. Remember when Jim was here? It wasn't always like this. Can you explain why the flight termination system update you said was good? Yeah, Anthony, they put provisions to be able to basically reset the flight termination system shelf life on the pad. The reason why that's good is because there's no there was no provisions to modify your flight termination system or change the state of your flight termination system when SLS is out on the pad. If you look at the Saturn V here, look at this picture. The Saturn V had this vehicle here. This vehicle is the mobile service structure for Saturn V. That is there to basically enable the flight termination system components when you're out on the pad. The reason why you want to do that is because you don't want to, inside of the VAB, you don't want to start arming explosives on the vehicle. That's why they did that. So they built this hunk of metal here to basically be able to install and arm and rearm, if needed, the flight termination systems on the Saturn V. Right? SLS doesn't have that. SLS doesn't have this. So during the Artemis 1 campaign, the flight termination system has internal clocks that run on batteries, right? So you can sync the flight termination system to the rest of the vehicle, right? And you don't want those batteries to run out, because then your flight termination system or the launch abort system in this particular, well, not launch abort, the flight termination system might not work. You don't want that to happen. But you can't change it without this vehicle here. So what NASA did was they had to pick up the whole dang thing and roll it back. And the rocket can only be rolled to SLS because of the nature of its solid rocket boosters, right? Can only be rolled to and from the pad so many times before it starts bending. Yeah. Starts fatiguing. You do not want to introduce too much fatigue into your stack, because conceptually, you should roll it out once, and that should be it. Yeah, Mitt's good, Yuri. He's a good dude. Super cool. Why does NASA have a fixed cost contract with SpaceX but a cost plus with Boeing? That's because that was discerned at the time for what architecture was good. Guys, a lot of spaceflight media drone on and on about how cost plus contracts are bad. No, cost plus contracts aren't bad. You can't, that's like saying, I'm a craftsman and I have a tool belt and hammers are bad. That's what that's saying. It is like ridiculously misinformed, right? Cost plus contracts, like I said, are a tool on your tool belt to obtain a certain result. Okay? You don't say, oh, screwdrivers are stupid. Wrenches are better. Wrenches are the best. I love wrenches. Screwdrivers and hammers are dumb. When people say, I hate cost plus contracts, that's basically what you're saying. Cost plus contracts are an avenue, a type of contracting system that's designed to procure a certain type of result. But in the case of SLS, at this particular point in time, we are using a hammer to nail in a screw. It's not that cost plus contracts are bad at this point in time. It's that it's not the right tool for the job. That's why I'm saying you need to refactor everything, because your contract structure should change. You don't move into operations with a space program, right? You know, routine missions to the moon. You don't move into that with a cost plus contract. That's hammering a screw. It's not the right move. You can't do that. You need a screwdriver. Yeah, David, I agree. Outlaw hammers, promote malls. Yep. Shampoo is better. Exactly. Cost plus contracts just need close management because they're designed to procure something and develop something that hasn't been developed relatively quickly. That's the whole point. Well, SLS is not being developed relatively quickly, and they made it's something we haven't done before, which is the right move. But the IDIQ stipulation, Rocket Guy, for SLS is what's screwing us. Indefinite quantity, indefinite delivery. Like, it shouldn't have been IDIQ, those cost plus contracts. But you could sit there and you say, oh, who did it then? This is stupid. But once again, you got to understand why, not you, Rocket Guy, you know, why those contracts were made that way. Those contracts were made that way because Congress decided what the space program should be instead of the executive. Because the executive branch, the president at the time, basically said, no more space program, don't do that. And Congress said, the hell you're going to do that? He tried to do what everybody's saying. In 2010, everybody's worried about, Isaacman's going to go in there, he's going to cancel the program, he's going to give everything to SpaceX. No, that is not going to happen. That is a very bad idea. The last time someone tried to do that, we got the Artemis program instead of Constellation. Those contracts, indefinite quantity, indefinite delivery, were put in place because we had no plan for the space program, but Congress decided we wanted to keep the space program. You could sit there and say, oh, well, EJ, is that Congress's problem? No. I think Congress did a good thing there, to be honest with you. Road to hell is paved in good intentions, but they did a good thing. They kept our national space program. They kept NASA, at least conceptually, doing what they should be doing. It ended up not turning out that way because politicians don't know that much about spaceflight, clearly, right? What was the decision-making structure like during Apollo? Who reported to who? Who was trusted to make the decisions? Von Braun had granular control over everything, him and his team. Can you speak on how cost-plus contracts do or don't incentivize delays? It depends on the style of cost-plus contracts, okay? Okay. Connie, let me give you an example. Say I'm the U.S. government, and I want a new mail van, right? I want a new mail van to replace the Grumman LLV, right? You want a new one. We need to do it quick. The Grumman LLVs are breaking down because they're all 40 years old. Now, this is a conditional hypothetical, but also they're all 40 years old. Actually, more than that at this point, right? So say I want a new mail van. We need new mail vans quickly. That's when a cost plus contract makes sense. I need a company to design. It could be Ford, it could be Chevy, it could be whatever. I mean, they ended up choosing Oshkosh, which is dumb. But in real life, that's what. Okay. You need to design a vehicle, right? We need to get it done quick. A deadline here. I need to get this done by the end of the year, or else I'm going to have no mail vans. It'll all burn. So we have to do this quick. You have to develop the vehicle quick, and you have to bring it to market. You have to develop it quickly, and you have to develop it quickly is where you start, right? That's when a cost plus contract makes sense. You know, I don't know how much that's going to cost. I know it's going to cost a lot, but I don't know how much it's going to cost a lot because nobody's ever tried to engineer a mail van in 6 months, right? That's when cost plus makes sense, when you have a deadline driven goal. I need to do this by this point. I don't know how much it's going to cost. That's what that contracting structure is there for. Does that make sense? Now, when would a cost plus contract be a bad idea? A cost plus contract would be a bad idea for procurement. So I said developing the mail van. You don't want a cost plus contract here for procuring the mail vans. The cost plus contract was to design the mail van and build the factory for it, right? You don't know how much that's going to cost. So design it and build the factory to be able to produce X amount. You switch to a firm fixed price, you know, based off of that, I want to procure X amount. Say you need 50,000 mail vans in this analogy by the end of next year. It's going to take some time to scale. I get that, right? But that's what the cost plus contract is for. You go to firm fixed pricing from there. Now, I know what people are going to say. Well, EJ, they might have problems on the assembly line, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, you're not going to buy it at cost. You're not going to buy your mail van. Say it costs your company that you contracted to make mail vans in this analogy. Say it costs them $10,000 a unit or something, right? To make this mail van. I mean, that would be nice. I'm just making up numbers, right? You're not going to buy it at 10,000. You firm fixed price this thing at 15,000. Okay? You firm fixed price this thing at 15,000, and that gives them leeway in their fixed pricing to be able to handle any problems during production that might happen. Also, they net a healthy sum. You make some profit off it, which is what the incentive is for the entire thing to work. Right? That's the idea here. NASA, in this analogy, mail vans are SLS, okay? The problem is that we've had this development contract going for 15 years. What are you developing? There's nothing left to develop. Like, it only takes so long to develop a launch vehicle. Like, don't get me wrong, that does take time. But with SLS, at least from core stages and SRBs at this point, it's procurement. Shift your development cost plus contracts to the EUS, to the upper stage, and switch the core stage procurement contracts to a firm fixed price and make it worth Boeing and Northrop Grumman's while to do it. That 15,000 versus 10,000. They will go for this. They will absolutely do that. That is a guaranteed contract. That's guaranteed profit over the next decade in my block buy scenario that I've proposed before. They are not going to say no to this. It's free freaking money. It's money printer. That seat right there, that doesn't cost any more than what the heck ever we're doing right now. And that actually gets us as taxpayers some return on investment. In the return on investment is the scientific knowledge that's gained from actually going to the frigging moon. You know? Okay, rocket guy. Cost plus contracts can create perverse incentives that encourage delays and cost overruns. Cost plus contracts inherently lack incentives to control costs or maintain schedules, since contractors are guaranteed reimbursement for all allowable costs plus their fee. To avoid this, NASA should use a cost cap, clear milestones, and paid deliverables, and oversight regular management reviews. Scheduling, exactly. Scheduling is the accountability to that. What do you not see with the SLS program? 3 hours ago, 3 hours ago, Artemis 2 was launching this year. 3 years ago, Artemis 2 was launching last year. 5 years ago, Artemis 2 was launching 4 years ago. See what I'm talking about? NASA should restructure the contracts, if not already like this, to award fees to focus on actual performance outcomes rather than interim evaluations. And I currently think NASA uses interim evaluations to determine cost fee payments. Yeah, the one every 1.5 years is honestly wild to me. I don't see where the current major bottleneck is. Rocket guy, like, dude, I know good and well, like, you can't succeed at spaceflight on just pure brawn, you know? Like, pure machismo. Like, we're going to do it in 5 months, and we're going to get it done, and it's going to be amazing, right? Like, you can't do that. That's going to get somebody killed, right? It has to be clear. It has to be concise, but there is no reason. I agree with you. I don't see any particular reason at this point in time why they can't go faster, with the exception of the scheduling bottlenecks around the basically poorly implemented space program with the heat shield and whatnot. But here's what I would do. Okay, it's going to take some time for Artemis 2. That's when I'd work on refactoring. Use this leeway time to refactor everything. And then by 2027, 2028, we have SLS, 4 SLS rolling off the damn assembly line every year. That is entirely doable. That's not like, yeah, we're going to get it done. It's just going to be like the good old days. First of all, I'll be honest with you, it's getting kind of cringe having NASA basically reference Kennedy's speech every single time they do a press conference. It's getting kind of cringe, all right? You're trading on his name. Look, that was a long time ago, dude. Stop that. Stop it. Stop it. It's gross. Look at the last OIG report for ML2. They showed that NASA uses interim evaluations, and based on that evaluation are the parameters. That should totally not be the case, but milestone outcome. Yeah, the real travesty of the ML2 contract, Rocket, at the end of the day, right, because it was that Bechtel, a company that's known for underbidding on contracts, was bidding on a contract for a mobile launcher that has weight constraints, right, for the crawlerway and the crawler transporter, for a rocket, Block 1B, that doesn't exist. What a fustercluck. How did somebody look at this and be like, yeah, that's fine? That right there is what needs to change. There needs to be accountability at NASA. If there's no accountability like this, you're just going to have safety, drive your deadline, and you're just going to get delay after delay after delay after delay. It's how it is, man. There's no way Boeing will change the contract. They're not stupid. They're only going to change the contract for guaranteed profit, Falcon. They will change the contract if you said, look, you can make millions now for maybe the next couple of years, right? Or you could make millions over the next 10 years guaranteed. They would go for that because that's guaranteed profit. With a NASA contract, you buck the ups and downs of capitalism because that's what NASA's supposed to do. That's the whole idea. NASA's supposed to be working on stuff that the commercial sector can't do by themselves, using government money to stimulate the aerospace economy. That's the whole point. How much of the ML2 cost overrun was caused by spec changes by NASA? It's not that it was spec changes, one man. ML2 cost overruns came from them awarding a contract for a launcher that they have no idea how to make. Mobile Launcher 2 is not Mobile Launcher 1. Mobile Launcher 1 is a piece of junk. It's a piece of junk because it was designed for Ares 1, and which is like a 3 million pound launch vehicle, right? And they retooled it for an 8 million pound launch vehicle and expected it to be just fine. Mobile Launcher 1 is bending. It's bending and sagging under the ridiculous weight of those 5-segment SRBs. So ML2 has to take into account that. It has to be built stronger, and it is. So basically, you can't just make another Saturn V mobile launcher, which is basically what ML1 is. It's basically just, they just said, oh, build the same thing. It's fine. Well, because it was built for the Constellation program, right? It was built well within the weight constraints that they know about, right? ML2 has to overcome all these problems because SLS is the heaviest rocket that NASA's ever rolled out of the VAB by a long shot. Those 5-segment SRBs coupled with the core stage, four RS-25s, an upper stage with 4 engines on top of that in the 1B configuration, universal stage adapter payload, and then the, let's just say, thick Orion on top of that. So you have to, that's why ML2 ended up costing so much, because you basically had to design a new mobile launcher from scratch. For a rocket that the exploration upper stage, we don't know how much that thing weighs. You don't know how much the universal stage adapter weighs. We have a good idea on Orion, but that's what I mean about saying you're designing it for a rocket that doesn't exist. It does not exist. There's no physical hardware to put together a Block 1B right now. So you have no idea how much that thing's going to weigh. How do you design a mobile launcher for a rocket that doesn't exist? How is that possible? Especially when weight constraints are key here, because you have to move your entire pad and launch vehicle. How do you do that? You don't. That's why it's so expensive. It's not spec changes, right? It's not even spec changes. We didn't even get that far, one. We didn't get that far. We're not even at that point. It's not spec change. You can't change specs on a rocket that doesn't exist. What's this bit of news here? Hey, Spoon, 53-month resub. It's cold outside. Help. Yeah, I know what you mean. Do you feel it's valid criticism when people say that Elon said we would have some Mars missions by now? He set that goal before Starhopper was even designed. First of all, I think Elon has gotten better at managing schedule expectations. First of all. Second of all, yeah, I guess if you want to criticize him, yeah. But see, here's the thing is, and this is why people come to his defense all the time, people say, oh, well, he said we would be on Mars by now. He said we'd be on Mars right now. Yeah, well, guess what? His company's the closest one to actually making that happen. So, you could say, oh, yeah, he's full of crap. He's full of crap. He's full of crap. But that implies that there's somebody that isn't here. Who's closer to getting to Mars? You want to say NASA is closer? No. See what I mean? -2 wind chill. Man, I'm glad I got out of there when I did. Important point regarding the future of SLS. No final decisions have been made, but a tentative deal is in place with lawmakers to end the rocket in exchange for moving U.S. Space Command to Huntsville, Alabama. Do they expect the BLE composite casing solid rocket boosters for Block 2 to be heavier or lighter? Lighter. Why do you think they're trying to make them lighter? Lighter and easier to manufacture. There's no use trying to make there's no use with an SRB design Deadbringer that was designed to be reusable, and the SRBs are made out of steel, for people that don't know, the shuttle SRBs. There's no reason to make newer SRBs for SLS out of steel, because the impetus for making the original SRBs out of steel was for reuse. Something that we decided we didn't want to do because of the low flight cadence of SLS. Who was that quote there from? I don't know. We have to go read the Royale with Cheese's article. President-elect Donald Trump announced Wednesday's intent to nominate Isaacman for the administrator at NASA. For those unfamiliar, okay. I'm trying to find that thing. Okay, yeah, I mean, I agree with Eric, guys. Jared Isaacman's the freaking man. Search Alabama. Okay. Multiple sources have told ours that the SLS rocket, which has long had staunch backing from Congress, is now on the chopping block. No final decisions have been made, but a tentative deal is in place with lawmakers to end the rocket in exchange for moving U.S. Space Command to Huntsville, Alabama. So how would NASA astronauts get to the moon without the SLS rocket? Nothing is final and the trade space is open. One possible scenario being discussed for future Artemis missions is to launch Orion on New Glenn into low Earth orbit. There it could dock with a Centaur upper stage that would launch on a Vulcan rocket. This Centaur stage would then boost Orion towards lunar orbit. That's not... That's not a good idea. That's not a good idea at all. Centaur cannot push a 26-ton capsule on translunar injection. It's stainless steel balloon tank. It cannot handle that structural load. You know how I know? Centaur 3 on Atlas 5. Atlas 5 551 needs a forward load reactor to move anything above 15 tons. That's why the Atlas 5 500 series exists. What is a forward load reactor? Let me show you. So Atlas 5 has two different variants. One of the variants, which doesn't fly anymore, has a kind of pointy fairing. You know, ignore the circle here for a second. Has the pointy fairing. Another one has the boat tail and starliner. That's Atlas 5N. This is Atlas 5 400, and then there's Atlas 5 500. See how it has the big thick fairing? The big thick fairing is encompassing your second stage. Centaur stages are made out of tinfoil thin stainless steel. The idea is that you have a very low mass upper stage. The trade-off with that design is that it's not very structurally sound. So for Atlas 500 series, right? With Atlas 5 500 series, you need a forward load reactor. You basically need your fairing to carry some of the load, or else the payload during ignition would basically squish the Centaur stage, because it's not designed for that type of loads. See? You're not going to have a Centaur 5, which is made out of a very similar tank wall thickness, move a 26-ton Orion capsule out to the moon. It's not, I mean, maybe you could get it done, but that's... You're going to have load problems there. Dude, I could say that without doing a trade study. It might work if you keep the engine thrust down. Maybe. Centaur 5 is not Centaur 3? Yeah, but it's using very similar tank wall thickness. Don't you think that would be the common denominator in discerning load, Knight? Am I wrong? Why would moving Space Command need SLS jobs in district, Rocket Guy, most likely? Vulcan Centaur has a max payload of 27 tons to Leo. Okay, so an Orion capsule baselined is 26 tons. Centaur is not going to be able to dock to an Orion without having some docking paraphernalia on board. You think that docking paraphernalia is going to cost less than a ton? I'm telling you, after that, you're exceeding load limits on Centaur 5. Tell me I'm wrong. I'm serious. We're having a discussion here. Like, Actually, Orion with the launch escape system is 33 metric tons, so that would have to change. Well, Rocket Guy, he was saying have New Glenn launch Orion and then have a Vulcan Centaur, dump a Centaur, fully fueled Centaur into Leo, dock those two together, and then send them out to the moon to replace as a way to replace SLS. There's a timeline where this will happen. Orion on New Glenn is a good idea. I'm okay with that. What I think would be a decent thing to do at this point is to, another way to go with this would be to switch SLS to totally cargo and use it like an Ares 5. And then use New Glenn with Orion as your Ares 1. Those two vehicles working together with a four launch a year flight cadence. Dude, perfect. Great. You want to use refueling? You want to use Earth orbit rendezvous? That's the way to do it. That would be a great idea. Yeah, exactly, Rocket Guy. That's what I'm saying. Earth orbit rendezvous is not a bad idea, certainly. Yeah, no, if you want to do it that way, that's fine. That's how Constellation was going to do it. I'm good with that. But Rocket Guy, in the same breath, I don't think the expediency of doing something Apollo style, one launch to the surface of the moon with a lander and everything, should be ignored. But then again, SLS can't do that. It ain't no Saturn V. What did they do with all the existing hardware? Museum pieces? Phil, I think that's just speculation. That's probably... Eric is probably... Like, okay, so we can go... I think it's fair to base... Whoever Eric's sources are not lying. I think basically history has proven that. Like, you know, before I used to say he's full of crap, and then what he kept saying kept basically happening, right? You can't ignore objective reality, right? So his sources, I work off the logic that his sources are good. His sources are fine. Like, they're probably legit. So now my mind goes to, why would someone say that? Why would someone say that? Well, that moving Space Force to Huntsville and then getting rid of the SLS program is probably the result of a trade study that's being initiated at this point. Or at the very least, it's just some politicians asking around, hey, would you cancel SLS if you got Space Force instead? It's part of ongoing negotiations. Could it happen? Sure. Maybe. I would say that wouldn't be a good idea, but who knows? Homer Hickam really hates SLS. SLS in the pipeline now should be completed and used for cargo flight. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That's right. Over to the Vega C stream? Yeah, we can pull it up. Sure.
For this YouTube Live, we will be here in the... I'm Katie Haswell, and welcome to VV25. Operations running smoothly here at the Guiana Space Center, where Sentinel 1C, an Earth observation satellite for Europe, is under the bonnet.
All right, I'll leave this open here. If you want to keep going with this discussion, I'm in.
We had a mechanical issue yesterday, which stopped us moving back the mobile gantry, but that's all sorted out today, and we are go for launch. This is the Mission Control Center. This is where Samuel and I are sitting. Samuel is the head of advanced studies at Arianespace, so we're very lucky to have him with us.
Hi, Kitty. Hi, all. Great to be here.
It's good to have you. Let's start by going over to the CEO of Arianespace, Stefan Israel, to find out more about today's mission. Stefan, how are things looking at your end?
Everything is green. The launcher is green, the range is green, the satellite is green, and last but not least, the weather is green. So we will lift off in now less than 20 minutes.
Narnia, you're saying, why should SLS be used for cargo? Isn't the main advantage to get crew to the moon in a single launch? There are better cargo options, cough, cough, Starship. You could use SLS to move cargo up there right now. Not Starship, not yet at least. Starship could be good for Earth orbit rendezvous. Night for sure. Yeah, it could. But also at the same time, two things are prevalent in my mind. Okay. First one is that every time someone has come along and said that there are cheaper options, why are we doing it this way at NASA? Historically speaking, every time someone said that, NASA ends up getting lesser of a budget and they end up getting lesser capability. Okay. Fair point. Oh, why use Saturn V? The shuttle's way cheaper. That can get us back to the moon. No, it can't. Am I right? Second part. SLS works. It works. Yes, it's expensive. It works. Okay? It works. That's kind of a good reason to not cancel it. It works. Really important there. Those two are the most prevalent in my mind for why you shouldn't do that. So if it works, you might as well use it. It's not like SLS is in development anymore. It's not. It's upper stages. You should have developed that in the first place. Whatever. Bit of a random question for you. Do you know anything about a company called eSpace? I kept getting recommended government affair job. Not off the top of my head-ish. Yeah, Joe, it's not that simple. Once again, his source, I think Eric's sources are legit, but I don't think he's getting the full picture. His source is clearly compartmentalized in some way, so it's right, but it's not seeing the entire picture. Use Starship HLS with 3 RVACs on lower thrust for transfer and bring Orion. Use HLS as a space tug. You could do that, Yuri, if you wanted to. Is there a possibility to launch Artemis 2? Already answered that. What's wrong with my architecture of replacing SLS besides replicating SLS? Less rockets? Do we want less rockets or do you want more? Do you want spaceflight to grow or do you want it to contract? Just putting everything on Starship is going to cause a drastic contraction in the aerospace industry. Do you want to do that? I'm actually asking. Some people say yes. Well, I would say if you wanted to do that, you're sacrificing long-term sustainability of our space program just because you want to see something fly. When you're not addressing the real problem here that NASA is systematically and programmatically broken. Just saying. It's another Greg Weiler company. He's going to try to make another small sat internet constellation. Oh, okay, Phil, thank you. This is Vega C. We got the Vega C launch here. This is a return to flight. The last Vega C didn't work very well. As they're behind on stream, sorry. Okay.
Very sadly, after 5 years together, Sentinel-1B developed a failure, and the team
this is the Sentinel-1C mission.
Put it into what we call a disposal orbit,
launching in about 14
space
minutes.
Debris. So you can see why it's now really important to get Sentinel-1C into space to provide the continuity of the service, because continuity is what it's all about.
Yeah, exactly.
With
That's what I'm
observation.
saying. You don't want less rockets.
Let's get a closer look now at our satellite.
Dude, we can't afford to do less rockets right now. Less rockets is a market contraction. I don't give a frick what anybody says. You could say, well, SLS is too expensive. That's one less rocket that can get anyone near the moon, reasonably. That's 50% of your capability right now. You sure you want to get rid of that? It might be fine. It might be fine. SpaceX might take the mantle, and you know what? If that, I'll be honest with you, that's probably most likely what is going to happen. Like, that's fine if that's the case, but you're doing it on a whim. That's less. You're less capability. I don't think that's smart. That doesn't seem like a very smart long-term decision.
Sentinel-1C is part of the Sentinel.
Yeah, Hokie, you'd argue it's 100% of our capability. Starship can't get anything near the moon. But yeah, I mean, the entire thing is based off the premise that Starship will succeed. And I think it will. And I want it to. I really do. Gateway might not be gone, but Gateway and rectilinear halo is gone. Just get rid of the whole damn thing. They forgot the damn wire harness in their mass calculations. Get rid of it. You know how hard that is for me to say, considering I just said canceling stuff is a really stupid idea? Well, guess what? Guys, there was a GAO report where where Gateway ended up being too heavy for Falcon Heavy because some bonehead at the company that's making the habitation and logistics outpost forgot to take into account the wiring into their mass calculations for total weight. They forgot. They just forgot that the wire harness weighs 1,600 pounds. You want people flying on a module made by a company that does that kind of crap? Absolutely not. No freaking way.
Sustainability.
It's just like the Vega C. These boneheads, freaking Avio, the people that made the upper stage for Vega, threw the flight hardware in the trash because they thought it was trash.
Since there was an issue in December 2022, and I know that everyone's been working really hard, haven't they, Samuel, to get things up and running for today?
Yes, correct. The stage in question, the Zephyr 40,
it's not that much weight,
and it was successfully
tested. Ridiculous.
Fire tested twice this year. So engineers have analyzed the motor performance, and it was confirmed that it's fully as expected. So this allows Vega C to be back to the pad today and ready to fly.
That's great. So let's take a little look now behind the scenes of our rocket today, Vega C.
Yeah, exactly, Jock. It was Frankenstein together from test hardware. Bro, what are you doing? Throwing flight hardware in the dumpster? Are you serious right now? Look, if you're going to make that big of a mistake, dude, I can't. What other problems are in this program system from a programmatic level? Like, I can't help but think that, dude. You're gonna throw an upper stage in the trash and say, "Oh yeah, it's not trash. We don't need this." It would be like getting into a car with somebody, and the first thing that they do once they get in the car is shift it into drive without turning the thing on. You would immediately know that this person has no idea what they're doing. That is the spaceflight equivalent of that.
Europe's strategic autonomy in access to space.
Vega C, a versatile launcher, plays a vital role in deploying scientific, commercial, and governmental satellites, and embodies years of engineering innovation.
That's usually how Citrons work.
Enhancing its predecessor Vega, which has had an impressive service.
Well, it's the ESA, so it makes sense.
This Vega C return to flight is essential for us to achieve 4 launches next year. Arianespace has fully contributed to this success by working with the teams to be able to resume properly the operations.
On the 13th of July 2022, Vega C successfully completed its inaugural flight. More powerful and
Boeing
capable,
quality. It's not,
it is
Boeing
a major
doesn't make
step
this.
forward in
Avio
European
does.
access to space autonomy. However, its second flight in December 2022 encountered an engine anomaly that led to its failure.
We are looking forward to see the Vega C back to fly with all the teams which have been working on Vega with a lot of commitment, with a lot of focus on the final results. We want also to be back to serve Europe and institutional mission with a robust launch.
Today, after a series of technical improvements and rigorous tests, Vega C is ready to return to service, demonstrating Europe's ability to overcome technological challenges and its determination to strengthen its independent access to space. Vega C is ready to take to the skies again, showcasing the dedication of engineers, scientists, and a whole team who work together, underscoring the collaborative efforts to ensuring success. This return to flight reflects ESA and Avio's resilience and technical ingenuity in addressing complex engineering challenges. At the heart of this return to flight is the Zephyr 40 engine, which underwent a series of tests in 2024, confirming its performance.
ESA oversaw an independent inquiry board
to analyze the causes of past failures. This resulted in precise technical recommendations, which has all been carefully implemented in order to ensure a safe and reliable return to flight of Vega C. Today's launch marks a crucial step forward, reaffirming European independent access to space.
The test proved that the improvements made to the Zephyr 40 are full operational and in line with the prediction. The launch campaign started on October the 3rd is now completed. All technical threats have been properly treated and justified. On the basis of the provided evidences, we are ready for launch.
The countdown to Vega C's return to flight has begun. In just a few minutes, Vega C's launch will restore Europe's full autonomous access to space. This mission is set to work in tandem with the new Ariane 6 rocket, which had its inaugural flight earlier this year, showcasing Europe's strong commitment to advancing its space capabilities. The return of Vega C signals a new era for Europe in space, one marked by innovation, resilience, and ambition.
And the teams who will be operating Sentinel 1C once it's released into space are standing by in the mission control room at the European Space Operations Centre in Germany. And a short while ago, the Flight Operations Director, Ian Schumer, took the roll call, where each team confirmed that they were ready for launch.
This is the OD on the briefing loop. This is the Sentinel 1C roll call. All positions to respond to myself.
It's a medium
briefing
duty
loop, quoting your call sign, immediately followed by go or no go. SOM.
SOM. Go.
Data handling.
Data handling. Go.
AOCS.
AOCS. Go.
Power.
Power. Go.
Spacon 1.
Spacon. Go.
Analyst.
Analyst. Go.
Timeline.
Timeline. Go.
Project rep.
Project rep. Go.
Project support.
Chat.
Software coordinator.
Guy didn't have his mic too.
Coordinator. Go.
Software support.
Software support. Go.
Flight dynamics.
Flight dynamics. Go.
OM.
OM. Go.
S-track.
S-track. Go.
Collision avoidance.
Collision avoidance. Go.
Scheduling.
Scheduling. Go.
Thank you, everyone.
I would hope
this
so.
concludes the Sentinel 1C roll call. ESOC is go for launch.
And we'll be checking back in with ESOC later after launch. We'll look forward to that. We're back here in Kourou. We are also go for launch. All eyes on the status panels. Before launch, they will have to be green for it to go ahead. And we do have another control center on the job today. We call it launch control.
Yeah, and these are the team overseeing all the final operations. You can see them on the screen, and that are necessary to be carried out just before the launch.
À tous de DDO. Attention pour la séquence finale lanceur.
Stand by for the final count initiation on the launch vehicle. Top.
Top. H0 4 minutes.
So that's the Range Operations Manager there announcing the beginning of what we call the synchronized sequence or automatic sequence. It's an important step, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. It's a very important step because, in fact, the rocket is becoming progressively autonomous. So now the computers are managing an impressive sequence of complex operations, and all of this time to the millisecond.
Now, the teams have been working at the spaceport for a couple of months now, preparing the rocket and the satellite for today. And we've had our cameras following those operations. Samuel, why don't you talk us through some of the...
So Vega is a 3-stage SRB, 4-stage liquid fuel rocket. So it's 4 stages total. 3 of them are solid rocket boosters. The 4th one is a hypergolic stage. Using unsymmetrical dimethyl hydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. In terms of the first 3 stages, what you see moving around on the screen, the first stage is a P120. It's a P120C. It's the same SRB that is used on Ariane 6 side cores. So Ariane 6 can have up to 4 P120Cs attached to the side. It is a composite SRB design, which means it's really, really lightweight. not made out of steel. It's all carbon wound. It's a carbon wound mandrel that they fill with solid rocket fuel. Now the second stage on Vega is the Zafiro 40, or the Z40 for short. That is another SRB. Zafiro 40s are kind of a one-off to Vega design. And then there is another Zafiro stage on top of it, and I'm blanking on the name. That's the third stage. Fourth stage, like I said, is a liquid fuel stage that's designed for precise insertion of satellites. Liquid fuel gives you the throttle ability that you need to be able to move the satellite and payload into the right orbit. What you see here is them attaching the payload attachment fitting, which holds the fairing and the payload to the rocket. That's called payload encapsulation. It's done in a clean room environment to make sure no contaminants get in. That's why the guys had all those suits on. Once the fairing is encapsulated, they take it to stack the vehicle there. They use a bridge crane inside of a vertical integration facility to pick the thing up and stack it.
Ready on the pad.
And there
It's
she
the
is,
Zafiro
standing tall,
9.
looking
Thank
very
you,
beautiful.
Yeah.
1
The Avum
minute
upper
and 30
stage
seconds
is
to
the
launch,
liquid fuel
Samuel.
stage
It's always
up
a bit
top.
of a kind of an intense moment at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, intense is the right word. Okay.
The Zafiro 40 for other Vega C launches has had some catastrophic problems. It's had nozzle burn through, and they supposedly have redesigned it. We'll see.
Professional, because they have done this many times.
À tous le DDO, attention pour -1 minute.
This is the mission director. Stand by for 1 minute.
Top H0 -1 minute.
T-minus
We
1
are
minute.
1 minute to launch. We're live at the European Spaceport in French Guiana, getting ready for the launch of Sentinel 1C for Europe. Good luck, everyone.
Good luck.
It was what happened to the Zafiro 40 was similar to the GEM 63XL, except that they had nozzle burn through. Instead of the GEM 63 having nozzle burn through past the throat, they had nozzle burn through before the throat. Basically, the SRB just decided that the bottom of the SRB didn't need to exist anymore. So we'll see. T-minus
À
20
tous le
seconds.
DDO, attention pour le décompte final.
Stand by for the final count.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, top. Allumage PK sur décollage.
Okay, liftoff of Vega C and separation. Everything looked good there.
La propulsion est nominale.
Propulsion is nominal.
La trajectoire est nominale.
Guidance is good.
Acquisition de Saint-Jean. Acquisition Saint-Jean.
They have acquisition of signal through a ground station.
Sentinel 1C
Hello.
and Vega C are on their way.
Les
Blazing
paramètres à bord sont normaux.
a trail across the equatorial skies. We're hearing there that
50 seconds.
everything's going according to plan,
Propulsion's
and
still
the
good.
propulsion is normal.
Nice guy. Oh, don't put it behind me. Come on.
We're hearing the rumble here in our
Yeah,
commentary box about
it's
15
impressive.
kilometers away. As it flies over, it takes a while for the sound to
Le
get to us.
pilotage est calme, la trajectoire est nominale.
He's telling us that everything is going according to plan.
Should be coming up on staging here soon.
Nice views.
Burning the P120 upper first stage here. Yeah, lovely views.
The heck is a kilometer?
Le pilotage est calme, la trajectoire est nominale.
Everything's
still
going
good.
well. Looking there at the
Tous
engine.
les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
All
Looking there
parameters
at the
look
engine on
good.
the P21 stage.
Exactly.
The P120 stage.
First stage, yeah, which should be burning for a bit more than 2 minutes and 20 seconds. And everything is going the right way.
God, our cameras there are really
2
capturing
minutes.
some fantastic images. Very lucky with the weather because it was raining this morning and very, very cloudy. So the clouds parted for us and we can see these
I
wonderful
can't tell if it's
Very
them
lucky,
changing
yeah.
the exposure, right? or
Coming
if
up, the next
plume is doing
event
something
will be
weird.
the separation of the P120.
Separator mode
That's
of
what it looks
ignition.
like.
Séparation P120.
And we have confirmation there
Standby for
that
Allumage
Zafiro.
Z40.
the
Zafiro
second
upper stage
stage
ignition.
has switched on, the Z40.
La propulsion est nominale.
Propulsion
And
is
the
good.
propulsion's nominal.
Okay.
Yeah, and Zefiro 40, so Z stands for
They're a little
an
shallow
Italian wind
on
type
the
of wind,
trajectory.
Zefiro,
A little
and
shallow, but
40,
everything looks okay.
it's meaning the
It'll
amount of
compensate.
propellant, the mass of propellant inside the stage is
La
in
trajectoire
tons.
est nominale.
So
Trajectory still
Zefiro
good.
40 tons.
All going well. And Vega C, our rocket today, is an
Le pilotage
upgraded,
est calme, la propulsion est nominale.
everything nominal.
Propulsion is still
An
good.
upgraded version of Vega, isn't it?
Yeah, true. There were several improvements with respect to Vega, the little sister.
She's
there are two main
underperforming,
ones
guys.
for our customers.
It's
First
low.
is the
It's
improvement
below
of
where
the performance,
it's below
so
the
amount of
nominal
mass of
trajectory, just a little
satellite
bit.
that you can put in a given point in space. And it
The
was
Avum
increased
can
on
Le
Vega
compensate.
pilotage est calme, les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
It was increased on Vega C by 70%. This is quite massive and interesting. Second point is the size of the satellite. The fairing, the cover on top
Yes,
of the launcher
Hokie.
was doubled in volume as compared to Vega.
It's okay.
So
It's
this
still in the track. It's just
enables
it's
to put
not
much
in the center
larger
of the track, but
satellites
she's
in
still
there
on a good
and put
trajectory.
them in the same point in space. So another big change, big evolution, which is interesting for our customers.
And we've got a good shot there of the
How I can tell right here is that circle up here on your, these are trajectory. This is the trajectory. This is actual telemetry here. You see how that X isn't directly in the center of the circle? The circle represents your track. That is your flight corridor. If you go outside of that, you got a big problem. Notice how the X is not completely centered. That is showing slight underperformance. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's okay. You're going to get a little bit of a margin of error when you're using all SRBs like this. That's fine. The Avum needs to be able to compensate for that. So Vega is built in with systems to be able to adjust its trajectory based off of performance that's not exactly perfect.
everybody per second. It's incredibly fast.
Séparation Z40.
And we have
Zafiro did
confirmation
fine.
that we've
Now we
now
have
separated the
Zafiro 40 did
Z40.
Z9 ignition.
Allumage Z9.
And
we have switched on the Z9.
Propulsion nominale.
Propulsion is
engine
good on the
and the
Z9.
propulsion.
Next is the separation des classes. Fairing separation.
Will be separation of the fairing.
Exactly.
It's not
because we
telemetry
don't
lag,
need it anymore
Bill.
as we are out of the atmosphere.
And look how it
Séparation coiffe.
falls away. It's all very perfectly planned, and we have the confirmation of that, so that's
La
great news.
propulsion est nominale, la trajectoire est nominale.
All going well. We can see our satellite for the first time. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, indeed, we can see. So on the right, you can see the Sentinel 1C satellite with, of course, its solar panels
Temperature
on the
affects
side,
SRB burn rate
folded
of time.
for launch.
Yep,
On
exactly,
top,
Jacques. Yeah,
you
yeah.
can see the
So it might either
radar,
burn faster,
which
get
is
more
folded
drag,
as
or
well.
burn slower, and get more
It's
gravity
attached
loss.
on
Yeah,
a conical.
That actually is normal. It's just a little bit. It's a little bit underperforming. It's performing just a little bit. It's performing under. It's underperforming just a little bit. That's okay. That's what I'm telling you is that's fine, right? Yeah, because SRBs are kind of a lower cost way to get something up. They're a lower cost way of getting something up there, but it's more of a course adjustment than anything, right? That's why you have the Avum. Their stream went out. I wonder if you could throttle an SRB even just a little if you inject water. No, SRB, you don't want to hydrolock. That's great. You don't want to hydrolock your SRB. That's an extraordinarily bad idea. So SRBs have hard-coded throttle ability built into them. It's just how you physically pack the propellant in.
Per second.
Which is very, very fast. Yeah.
Very, very fast.
Very fast. So hot right now.
So we're seeing that the animation shows what it should look like.
She's underperforming just a little bit.
including
That's
the
okay.
orientation
The second
of
stage
the
is built in
launcher
with the
and
margin to
satellite along the
compensate. See how the
trajectory,
X isn't
showing
directly
the
in the
orientation
circle?
with respect to the Earth or the Sun.
Séparation Z9.
We have confirmation there that the Z9 stage has
Pleine
separated.
visibilité Saint-Jean.
And we are now waiting for the next big event. So our flight path takes us north up over the Caribbean towards the...
There looks like there was a slight loss of signal there. That could just, it's most likely because of a ground station handover between Galliot and Bermuda.
Contact with the new North
I know I'm not
station.
saying the names right, be quiet.
Right now we're...
Pleine de visibilité Galliot.
He's just said we've got outside the range of the Galliot tracking station. That's the one here at the European
Acquisition
Spaceport.
Bermude.
And we've picked up the signal at Bermuda in the northern Caribbean islands. So Vega's checking in Bermuda and saying hello to the teams there. Next up, we're getting ready to switch on the Avum Plus upper stage.
Hello, pigs.
Which should be soon.
Allumage à Vaume.
Okay.
And we have confirmation, so that's very good news. So we've really started the next phase of the journey. The Avum upper stage has taken the wheel. It's our taxi driver. Its job is to take our passenger to its required drop-off point, if you like, in space.
Tous les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
Yes,
La propulsion est nominale.
Good.
The Avum Plus will deliver the Sentinel-1C satellite exactly on the right point in orbit, in the correct orientation. So to do that, we need to perform a precise set of maneuvers. And
so
as
the
we said earlier,
that slight underperformance. It's compensating for it now.
And of course, we'll be seeing those on the graphic animation. And big space projects like this involve thousands of people pulling together to make them happen. And they need brain power. They involve teamwork, of course, and a lot of problem-solving skills. Probably a lot of coffee as well.
Tous les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
Everything's going well. And the Sentinel-1 satellites are designed, built and tested by the European aerospace giant Thales Alenia Space, right?
That's right. They are what we call the prime contractor. So it's a bit like the conductor of the orchestra. And it means that they have to manage a group of around 70 companies and suppliers. And each of these players play a super important role.
Yeah, really, really important. And right now, Thales Alenia Space...
La propulsion est nominale, la trajectoire est nominale.
But they're also preparing Sentinel-1C's sibling, Sentinel-1D, at their manufacturing plant in Cannes, south of France.
Yes, and it should be launched soon, so good luck, everyone.
Yep, good luck. And the Sentinel-1 family is very interesting because they've really raised the bar.
Le pilotage est calme, la trajectoire est nominale.
For spaceborne radar, and Thales Alenia Space, I know, are real experts in this.
Yes, it's correct. In fact, they have created a world first because they have created a mechanism to separate the radar antenna from the spacecraft platform. Of course, at the end of the mission, when it re-enters the Earth atmosphere. And this is key because it helps reducing the space debris.
And that's really the name of the game at the moment, reducing space debris, very important. So another important team are, of course, the experts who create the Vega rocket, because we've got to launch our satellite.
Yeah, she's right down the pipe. This is done by the Italian company Avio.
And then we have the teams who operate the Guiana Space Center.
It's run by the French Space Agency, which we call CNES. They are managing all the means on ground necessary to make this launch happen.
And of course, then there's the Ariane space teams. That's your company, Samuel, who operate the launches.
Yes, indeed. And we are preparing the launcher to perform this mission. So it means customizing it, checking that it's correctly fitted to make this specific Sentinel-1C launch.
And then, of course, we have the teams in the tracking stations in all the different countries dotted along the flight paths, because the rocket's effectively talking to them as it flies over, as it goes in and out of their range, if you like, and we're heading towards picking up our signal, hopefully at the Gatineau tracking station in Canada, I think.
Yeah, close to Ottawa City in Canada. Indeed.
Yeah.
Ottawa.
And the teams who are keeping their eye on all this
are in what we call
the
Canadian Space Agency
Telemetry Centre, isn't it? The CVI.
Indeed, yeah.
That's not near Ottawa. It's near Montreal.
They are receiving all the flight parameters from the launcher along the
station.
flight, thanks to these stations, and they are monitoring what's happening on board.
Acquisition de la télémesure par la station Gatineau.
And we have the
Acquisition
Gatineau
of signals from
tracking
Gatineau.
station. So we've checked in Gatineau. That's good news. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No problem. It was normal. And here we see the team. So they are located on La Montagne des Pères, very close to Kourou. So we can see Justine Tenil, who is managing the team, but also Alexis Macaire, and together with Avio colleagues and CNES colleagues. And so this link is possible thanks to several ground tracking stations, as we mentioned, which are used for this mission.
Nominale.
They are located along the ground track of the launcher, first in French Guiana, of course, and then on Bermuda Island, Canada, and finally Australia.
And of course, these guys in the CVI are located on top of the hill, as you said, so that they can capture that signal. And then we have another team in the control room in Colleferro, which I believe is just outside Rome, and we can see them now.
Yeah, indeed. We can see them on the screen, so it's south of Rome.
Buongiorno, signori.
They are checking from Italy that the launcher behavior is correct. They are analyzing the data, and you can see people from different teams here, such as propulsion, structure, control, etc. So they are available and ready to jump in case of need, which is very precious.
They're very useful. The more people we have on the job, the better.
Yeah.
Always good.
Look, Italian Scott
if we
Manley.
look there at the right-hand side of our screen, our altitude, we have climbed up to 244 kilometers and climbing. Our distance from the pad, if we were to draw a straight line along the Earth, and we've done about 4,500 kilometers so far. And our speed, look at that, we are traveling at nearly 8 kilometers per second, everybody, per second. That's fast.
That's super fast, yeah. Yeah, if we want to compare with, let's say, car velocity, this converts into 28,000 kilometers.
You need this number to be above 7,600, and it is above 7,600. So she's orbital. We have positive perigee there.
Can fly around the planet so quickly.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's thanks to the orbital mechanics. So one of the features of the Avon Plus upper stage is that it can switch its engine on and off, and that is very important, isn't it?
Yes, it's very important because thanks to this feature, we can take different passengers to different orbits, but on the same launch, on the same mission. So for this version, Avon Plus, we have 8 firing possible in total versus 5 on previous Vega little sister. So with Vega C, we can deliver several satellites on 3 different orbits on the same mission, which is really key, instead of 2 different orbits with Vega.
Anything else? Any other improvements?
Yeah, we mentioned before that the performance capability was increased. It means that typically the size of the tanks and the propellant on the upper stage here were increased by 30% with respect to Vega Avum. So it means we can bring heavier satellites in the same point in space. So this is, again, a new feature for the benefit of our customers.
Yeah, so that's very, very useful for them. 15 minutes, coming up to sort of 16 minutes into our flight. We will be getting ready to shut down the engine on the upper stage. What's actually happening up there, Samuel?
So we are consuming propellant gently, and the upper stage is ready to switch the engine off once we have reached the correct point in space, means the right altitude, the right velocity. And once this will be reached, we will automatically switch off the engine.
And how does it know when to do that?
Because it's very, very clever. No, in fact, we have put in the flight software of the launcher on the ground the precise location on the pad, and then it has clever instruments that can measure along the way where the launcher is, its orientation, its velocity, etc. And based on this data, it can assess automatically when to stop the engine once the desired position is reached.
It's a big brain rocket.
So the Avon upper stage scheduled to switch its engine off.
Should occur in a while.
waiting for the confirmation there from the range operations manager. Why is it the scheduled time to switch it off at the moment?
Extension confirmée de l'avant.
And we have confirmation there that has shut down.
We are shutting the engine down because we are soon getting out of visibility of the Gatineau tracking station, and we want to be sure we switch off the engine before we are out of this contact. That's all very normal.
Les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
And as planned.
This is an SSL orbit.
And today's launch is very much the result of collaboration across Europe, teams all working together. We've been chatting to some of those members of the teams, and let's go and hear from them now.
In quanto capoprogramma, le mie responsabilità durante la campagna di lancio e prima sono molto ampie, riguardano praticamente tutta l'organizzazione della campagna, la gestione qui al sito di lancio, l'interfaccia con il cliente e con l'autorità di lancio attraverso riunioni quotidiane che riguardano la gestione di tutti gli aspetti della campagna.
Être chef de projet, c'est être le point de contact unique du client au sein d'Arianespace. À partir de la signature du contrat, mon rôle au quotidien est de m'assurer de la coordination de toutes les activités pour la préparation de la mission, de la campagne, puis du lancement.
Le rôle de l'ingénieur sauvegarde, c'est d'assurer la sécurité des opérateurs qui travaillent sur Vega. Ce qui est vraiment très intéressant en tant que sauvegarde, c'est qu'on suit la campagne du début à la fin et qu'on connaît l'ensemble des opérations. On est vraiment au cœur des équipes opérationnelles et ça, c'est vraiment quelque chose qui me plaît beaucoup.
Como jefe de proyecto de Sentinel 1, hemos estado trabajando en los últimos años, hemos estado trabajando, porque he sido yo con todo el equipo, con más de 70 empresas europeas en la construcción de los 4 satélites, Sentinel 1A, B, C y D. He tenido el privilegio de lanzar anteriormente el 1A y el 1B y espero tener el privilegio de lanzar el 1D posteriormente. Me han preguntado muchas veces por qué el color que llevamos en Sentinel 1 es el rojo. Bueno, pues la respuesta es muy clara. Nosotros lo que estamos volando es un Ferrari.
Quel meilleur cadeau, j'ai envie de dire, en fin d'année, alors que
We are
Noël approche,
checking
que
question.
on réussi pour le retour en vol de Vega C. Et je ne peux pas m'empêcher à ce moment-là de penser également aux collègues de la direction qui auront également fêté cette année le premier vol d'Ariane 6. Nous avons également fêté le dernier vol de Vega très récemment. Et donc je pense qu'on retiendra de cette année 2024 qu'elle marque l'arrivée de la nouvelle génération des lanceurs européens qui feront la fierté, j'en suis sûr, de l'ensemble du secteur.
Great to hear from everybody. Now, once the upper stage delivers our satellite Sentinel-1C onto its orbit, the teams at the European Space Operations Centre in Germany will take over their satellite.
Yeah, first Sentinel-1C should call home, then it will unfold its solar panels and in fact start the process of being tested before it actually begins its job of imaging our planet.
And Mission Control at ESOC, I have to be honest with you, it's a really special place. I've been there quite a few times myself. And it's very much where the missions come alive. It's a centre of excellence where the teams operate more than 85 satellites, which I think is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and they're also taking care of the European Space Agency global network of tracking stations.
Yep. And it's also now home to the agency's growing space safety program. So they're a very, very busy bunch over there. Thomas Ormston is one of the people in charge of flying our Sentinel-1C satellite, and I hope that he's standing by because we're going to go over to him now to show us around Mission Control at the.
They really don't leave me a lot of time to put any commentary in. They don't ever stop talking. I'm not really sure what to add here, you know? It's just.
I hope I can show you around Mission Control here. We're all a bit overcome with seeing our spacecraft finally flying on its way to space, but we wanted to take you inside and show you the people that make up Mission Control and what they do, because honestly, it's the people here that are what make our mission great. They're what make our mission fly, and they're what's important tonight. So we're going to start right here in this corner, one that you don't see very often, because down in this row, we don't actually fly any spacecraft here, but these people are just as important. Here we have Christian and Valerio. They are our software coordinators. They're the ones that make sure our computers work. You've all seen IT support. Well, this is about the best IT support you can possibly hope for.
SAR
They
is
keep
super
all our
cool.
systems working as we fly our satellite tonight. Next to them, we have Pablo and Brett, our ground operations managers. They're also not flying spacecraft, but they're flying the big dishes, the tracking stations all around the world that we use to talk to our satellites. So we've got tracking stations from Troll in Antarctica to Kiruna in Sweden, Svalbard in the Arctic Circle, and round to Alaska, which will be the station that will first hear the signals
let me go
from
fly
Sentinel-1
my
tonight.
satellite dish
So we'll be
around.
all eyes on them later on as they catch that all-important first signal from Sentinel-1. But the reason the people there are doing their jobs is so that the people here on the front rows can do theirs, and we're responsible for looking after the satellite itself, the spacecraft in orbit. Starting on this end with some of our supporting cast, we have our product assurance Stefano, Jonathan, our timeline, making sure we stay on track, Mauro looking after all of our systems and our configurations. All of these things make spacecraft operations possible, make it possible for us to fly a satellite like Sentinel-1. But the real experts about the spacecraft are the people sitting in these chairs around the front, and each one is specialized in one part of the satellite. So starting here, we have Pol, Attitude and Orbit Control Subsystem. He's the one that's responsible for the thrusters, the engines, the wheels inside, everything that makes the satellite move, turn, and fly in its orbit. So without him, we couldn't actually fly anywhere. Next to him is our spacecraft controller, Daniela, and she is the one that actually talks to the satellite. If we need to tell it something, she is the one that sends the commands and tells it what to do. Then right in the middle sits the spacecraft operations manager, Alistair O'Connell. This is also my position. Alistair is the A shift. I am the B shift. I'll take over from him in about 10 hours from now. And the job of the spacecraft operations manager is to bring this whole row together and to connect all of these different parts and make sure that we can successfully fly the spacecraft, this very complicated machine, where it needs to go. Then moving around, we have Camilla, our data handling engineer. She's the brain surgeon for our spacecraft, the one that speaks the bits and bytes that make the spacecraft work. She masters the computer of the satellite, and without that, of course, it can't think, it can't do anything. So we're very lucky we have her here.
Live right now.
And finally, at the end, we have Carlo, our power engineer. He's looking after the batteries, the charging, the solar panels, but also the thermal. That's making sure the satellite's not too hot, not too cold. But critically for Sentinel-1, he's also the master of the deployments. Luckily, he has a rather fine Lego model to help him find out what we're deploying. But as you saw in the videos before, Sentinel-1 has a really complex system of deployments for that big radar antenna, those big solar panels, to make it work. And we'll end up here at the management row. Here we have, first of all, Gregory, our project representative, who represents a huge team that's not in this room of people that are there from industry, from ESA, all of the people that have been working for years to make this mission reality, to get it to the point where right now it's riding Flight VV25 to orbit. And finally, sitting in the big chair here, we have the Flight Operations Director, Ian Shermer. He's in charge of everything that happens in this room. You heard him earlier for the roll call, and he's the voice that we will be listening to in about an hour and a half from now. When we hopefully get that first signal, he will announce that we have a spacecraft, that Sentinel-1 is talking to us. So that's what we're working for now. You can see our board is green, ESOC is green. We are ready. You've seen all the people that are going to make it happen. Right now, I can say very happily that ESOC is ready for the flight of Sentinel-1C, and we look forward to seeing our new spacecraft in orbit very soon.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for showing us around, Thomas. That was great. Now, we've talked about some of the teams involved in today's launch. Let's turn our attention now to the people who use the information from the Sentinel satellites.
Guys, it's gonna take a while for they get to deploy. If I'm looking at this right, they're not gonna deploy till they get over a ground station in Australia. That's gonna take some time. So, what do we want to do? We could do space news, play derail, Kind of in on playing derail. I've had enough spacesuits for the past 2 days. Neither. Okay. All right. I'll shut the stream off. I'll take the rest of the night off. Good night. God, I left, didn't you? Too predictable? You really want to test me here? Because you've never done that bit before. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow then. Stream will start at noontime tomorrow. And I think we'll play Satisfactory until Flame Trench, and then we do have some fun Friday night racing for after hours. After that, I'll see you guys then. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night.